Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel secrets, unlock the code, no limits, no boundaries, all knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow. Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel secrets, unlock the code, no limits, no boundaries, all knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow. Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel secrets, unlock the code, no limits, no boundaries, all knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow.
Connected to channel Fixit. FixerBot says.
Welcome. Stream starts in 5 minutes.
Nah.
T-4 minutes.
So I didn't click
Stream
that.
about to start. 1 minute left.
Enough on the TTS apparently. Yeah, I'm so tired today. But I'm thinking if I get started with stuff, I hopefully will get some more energy, right? Some fun stuff. Oh, yeah. So of course I have a million tabs open. Million tabs open. That's our Lost Thursday meetup, and I'm so happy that I managed to go there for the first time in a long time. Or rather, I missed one, but that's a lot. Yeah, this is what we checked out yesterday, right? We can close these tabs. Oh, this is the ChatGPT chat. So, I had my hardware thingy, and I had the code for the author for ESP32. So, we can look at this later. Oh, yeah, CPP. Yeah, that's right. So, I don't remember this, but let's just look at it. So, Dax, the author. And there's more than one file. Yeah. So we can look at it later when it's time to, or we can be lazy and send the code to ChatGPT, which so far I've never managed to do that. I mean, no AI has actually managed to use the code that I've sent it in a link. But yes, it could happen. So also Alhasser said he will be streaming dev stuff tomorrow, so I really want to see that. We'll see what that is. I closed down some tabs here on the presentation to black screen there. Let's fix that. It's up. Let's keep it up because why not, right? Arian. I was just starting the phone because something was beeping tonight when I was trying to sleep, and it's the zzz, zzz, with some long enough time in between, so you were like, oh, was that is it done now? So when I went to bed, it was like, what can it be? I turned off all the phones, so I usually have these just on. So now we should get an imager. Let's see if I can see if it's actually showing an image. Oh yes, a very pretty image. The window is actually open. Oh, it's just not all the way. Let's see. It was so bright before. There. There. And 100% power. That's good. Yeah, minimizing Arian, and you just see my keyboard, which is not that fun, right? So the other phone, I did start it, but I didn't start the actual app to switch stuff around. Low deck, medium. So I'm also thinking maybe today, maybe tomorrow, we need to take some photos, right, of stuff, of hardware. Some like pretty candy looking pictures, Lego looking pictures. This is mega dirty again. So what was I doing? Anyway, the beeping, buzzing, it's turned out to be my tablet that was charging. So sometimes when this is charging, it just keeps going on and off and on and off. I don't know why, it's some odd bug. So none of the tablets that I bought, was quite a few years since I bought one, but so the old tablets that we have, like ancient Lenovo tablets that I bought for the kids when they were kind of tiny, that are quite broken by now, they worked fine. But the later ones, one of them had some hardware issues probably because it kept just crashing and rebooting. And this one has this funny thing where if it's connected to power, it keeps just start rebooting and rebooting. Finally, I had it leaning against my computer on the floor, so I was like, it was dark, I was half asleep, and it kept going bzzz after a few minutes. So after turning everything else off, I was like, where can it be? And I found it finally and turned it, like unplugged the cable so it was just off. That's so annoying. I wonder if there are like good tablets anymore. So also what we did yesterday, we stopped using the power supply here for the power of this, and instead we're using a little PC adapter. So this is easier to bring somewhere, and as I'm planning to bring this to the mini little talk thingy, it's quite nice to have an easy thing to bring. And let's go back to the Zoom. So we have now a quite functional menu. Yeah, that was more hopping than yesterday. I was gonna say that it was functional. So if I just do it myself. So we can, now when I'm doing it like this, it's actually, that's 4 times in a row. 5 times in a row I couldn't go down to Bluetooth scan. So up, down. Well, we can manage. It's like my dishwasher, simply. That's how it is. This makes me think maybe touch isn't such a bad thing after all. Because I was kind of like, no, I don't want touch. Because this will be so much nicer if it works, But if you scroll and it doesn't work, then yeah, it's a dishwasher, it's a complicated hardware thing at the electronics company where I did consulting. And even high-end cool stuff, rotary controller might not be that good. But I was kind of thinking we could fix that, right? But maybe ChatGPT can't. We'll have to do it ourselves. And I don't have really time for that, as it's Thursday. I need to be done with the, well, I guess this is good enough for a basic demo.
Shrange J's Wall 2732 says hi.
Hi, welcome in. So, yeah. Anyway, I'm thinking we should give, as I said yesterday, let's give ChatGPT like down, down, down. So we can definitely select right now, right? It's just not perfect. Sometimes it's not, it seems to hop down and hops back up. And I'm not gonna have time to read all the code and everything and really do it manually. Because I need also to take photos, make a presentation, and thingies. And decide what to actually bring. Right, I raised my desk up earlier. Maybe I should actually, there, down again. because I had a little meeting and it was easier to move the desk than the camera. I'm so tired today. This will wake me up. I really would like to code, but as it's a speed thing now, ChatGPT is quicker, right? So we have so why do I have this up? Yeah, so we're supposed to put some images here, and this is Lego for adults, because that's what I call this. And yeah, right. I keep thinking which one do I want, and I want the one with no extra stuff there. So close that. Here's where we edit to code for this. And suddenly, for no reason, it gave us this diagram. Oh, did you see that? The light went off when I moved the cable. We don't want a bad cable. Oh, it's when I really push it hard. No? There. Not consistent. Okay, so if I keep doing different directions, then it goes. But if I do the same direction, okay? Okay, not touch the cable. Don't touch the cable. I don't think that's the cable's fault, but the actual board. This is functional, but not very good. We still see hops. Where?
Panda
Oh
Tongue
my
says.
God, Panda.
Good morning, my name is Peter. Can you help me? I'm planning to buy a multifunctional network audio/music receiver that has many options for home use and for creating music. I'm just a beginner who will be using it for the first time at home.
So
I'm
Panda's
looking to
name
find
is not
such
Peter.
equipment in foreign and Polish online stores. Let's focus on this one by one. Write to me here in the chat. How could I ask you to do this step by step? I'm Polish. What can you do for me? I want it to be compatible with many. This guy was posting in a bunch of music streams one day, lol.
Yeah, so I think that I also had someone using Twitch chat as Google the other day. Yesterday I rated Slyborg, and she had some kind of message like this in chat. Someone saying like, yeah, this is better than Google, so I do this instead, or something. Well, but music streams, yeah. That's interesting to do it in a music stream. If it's a text stream, I can understand if they think this is better than Google.
BTW hello tongue.
Hello, well, welcome again, Pam. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a bit tired today, so if I drop the ball of stuff and just lose track of what I was doing, it's because I'm half asleep. So we'll see how it goes. I'm hoping to wake up from streaming. Yeah. So was up a little bit late yesterday. Couldn't really sleep. The beeping, the buzzing I was talking about a bit ago. I'm not gonna repeat it. Something was noisy in the room. And then I had a meeting this morning, digital meeting, but still, yeah. So I think I was streaming a bit too much yesterday, but still, it's fun, and I need to finish this for Thursday anyway. So if I was doing this off stream, it might be quicker, but also having someone to chat to when I'm quite tired and trying to do stuff anyway. I think it's better. It's anyway more fun, right? Upload this code. Yeah. The question is this better than the last one? We still see hops. I think it was going more in the wrong direction before. We still see hops where it lights up the option it should go to for a short time, but stops on the same one. Goes back because that's like odd. But it goes back. Can't spell either today. N and S are not close on the keyboard, I promise. How did that happen? But it goes back to the one it started at. Equals not moving. And I think that's the only problem we have left. Let's do a few more test runs with full screen here so we can see better. And the green color here is now quite visible, right? So you can see. Should I have it up to preview? Probably. It's very blurry, but whatever. So up, 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 up. All worked fine. Up. That one hopped to the snake game, back up to Wi-Fi scan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 1 of 11 that failed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 of 21. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's good enough. Let's see if I go down now. The first one fails, so 1 of 1 fails. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's a fail. So 2 of 9, I guess. 10, fail again. 11, fail again. It's like it's in the same spot. There it managed. Often this happens several times in a row. To then continue working for several times. That makes me think it might be a hardware problem, but it also might be ChatGPT's code that I didn't even read all of it. Eight working, 1 fail, going up, then 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, it hopped 2 now. 1 up, that's a fail. 1, 2, that's a fail. Fail. Yeah, so we had 1 fail, 1 working, 2 fails. So that's also, they're also bunched together. 1, 2, 3, that's a fail. 4 fail, 5 fail, 6 fail, 7, 8, 9 fail, 10 fail, 11 fail, 12 working, 13, 14 fail, 15, 16 fail, 17, 18, 19 fail, 20 fail. Yeah, it's not good yet, right? So we give ChatGPT a few more tries, maybe 3-ish, and then we move on to the next one because we can select stuff in the menu. And I don't know, can you even see the color? So if I were to turn this off, it's no difference, right? It's just a lot blurrier. So this is just mega zoomed from the phone that's up here. So that's why it's so blurry. Yeah. Right. So I was cleaning yesterday, and it's still mostly, but I started cleaning the drawers too, and I didn't put back allergy medicine. Is there anything else? That thing from the hospital, and but I cleaned out the whole drawer there, so now it's actually stuff was falling yesterday when I cleaned off the desk. Yeah. Oh, we have a that we can just throw away. So, is everything like fixed now? We made some cables. Will we need this more? So, AliExpress purchase this tiny notes. There. Oh, chewing gum in there too. Let's actually take one of these, because why not? Yeah, I'm not feeling 100% today. It's, yeah, more tired than yesterday. So let's still put this back, and then we'll get started with seeing if we can do the last fix of the rotary controller code. As we can select stuff, selected settings. It doesn't do anything else. Oh, okay, I get it. So I have removed one line that clears it. So I'd have to move it because of it, the way its code is working. So when I start rolling again, it draws it up. But it should still be drawing it. Ah well, this is just a task menu. So do I want it in this direction too? That's also one thing to consider. And I should also try not to move too much still. And then we have the old one. Well, it is the first one, but it's not even finished. So if we connect this to power, it will still show the other menu. So we can just compare which UI we prefer, right? So what about using the actual correct cable? So, right, this one has a tinier font, and it is selected by the buttons here. Down, up. This is like, I was thinking a square like for a gaming thingy, to have 4 buttons like that, but I just put them like this for now. So this is down, up, and these of course work every time, right? Down, down. Let's go to that zoomed mode. So we have down, we have up, we have select, and we have back on this one. Only this didn't have a back, did it? select back. Yeah, it works. So there's no back in these apparently, but in settings it works. So click. So we could do any of these. So also, as I'm bringing these, or at least one of them with me, I might want to fix the cables. Some of them, like these, maybe. What do you think? Will this like fall apart in the backpack? That's the question. So, tinier menu on a tinier display, obviously, right? But this menu is kind of okay. It's not mega tiny, but this also means we can't show a lot. And also the rotation of this. Maybe I want this rotation. But when we do the scan, I write it in this direction. So it is easier to get more information and longer lines in that direction. So maybe that's the one we want to use. I am also thinking, do we want an actual scrolling menu or do we want to have sub-menus? And this is not really important right now because we'll just have a few as a demo right now. And all options won't actually work. Maybe we'll add a Bluetooth scan. Someone mentioned it on stream yesterday. That's why we have Bluetooth scan. Testing. Okay. Power went out of my little thing. It usually works like power low or something, but nah. So I kind of like the look of this. The text and everything, the font size. So it's easy to see. This one, you can still read it, and I can read it without glasses, which means it's not that tiny, but still. And for the printout of I will use tiny text, of course, for like the Wi-Fi information. So if I'm thinking this tiny little presentation, tiny talk thing, so I'm also thinking, ouch, it's not like I got any electricity. Well. I'm also thinking we could remove these. I don't think they do anything. There's tiny caps here. See if we could even it out a little bit. But as I've not even looked at the signal, which we could do that. So we could do the tiny oscilloscope. Let's see. We have this tiny one. And it's also using 12 volts. Or is it 9? Maybe it's 9 to 12. Let's see. Now I need these. Because tiny text on the board, maybe? Yeah. So I don't see any measurements. 9 volts. Yeah, 9. Because I think we actually used it with this before. So this is 9 as it is 6 times 1.5. So we have a big oscilloscope too, but yeah, and this one I had connected to 12. I'm quite sure, so, but we could set it to anything. So, right, we need to move stuff a little bit. So that's visible too. Well, that's just a ring light. So we need something to put on there. You have like pretty things for the actual oscilloscope. But I think it has a simple one for that one. Where is that? Well, no. So why put these all like in a big bunch like this?
User RG7 as 8 of 9 or says what you using an oscilloscope for?
I want to see how the signal moves when I move it. So as it is, it's not very good apparently, because I got cheap from AliExpress components. But if you have like a dishwasher or something with a rotary encoder, you might also have experienced this thing that we have here on an actual like expensive thing. So it goes up. Here we have several ups. Okay, the colors are actually quite good now when it's not in the middle. And then I'm going down. Oh, there it skipped again. Sometimes it doesn't actually go down when I turn it, like there, twice in a row, right? We could say this is just good enough and continue to the next step, but I just wanted to see if I could see it. And if you can't see it, then that's okay. But and we'll just give like ChatGPT another chance at fixing it, and then I will do it carefully after my presentation, which is on Thursday, so I have time. So the problem with this is now I have to connect some cables here anyway. So we need something. I don't care about the colors, but oh gosh, this is hard to push, which is good, I guess. So let's put this on ground, and the other one. Actually, let's do it the opposite way because this is short. So bye color logic. So orange is now ground, and blue is where we want to check. So you see this moves when I'm touching it. And there's supposed to be a hole on here running. Trade. Okay, plus minus select. So let's look at this. Let's put it on one of these. I don't care which one. So obviously it's not working. So me touching it, that was like slow. They could see that slow thing, but it couldn't see this. So if I'm just checking the values here. If I disconnect, yeah, they're different. So there's stuff happening with the voltage. We just can't see it. So there's the, so we click select on this. Oh yeah, we were already at the, so I'm increasing timer now, 0.2 seconds. So what I want to see is this. And now let's go down. There's no difference when I'm turning it still. What? 100 seconds, 500 seconds. Yeah, this doesn't even show up. Something is, it's locked its position, I think. Reset. Okay, that's a full reset. I just wanted it to not be locked. Okay, okay, stuff is moving again. Hahaha. I don't know if you can see. No, it's not that focused. All right, I'm probably in the totally wrong spot. Let me grab the software for the phone. So that's where I want to focus. You can almost see it saying frequency there. Yeah, I don't know if we can see something here. We will notice. I'm just like, plus is going down. So how does that work? And I have to actually turn this for anything to be showing. I'm just starting up this one again, so we don't have the text. So now it's on 10 microseconds. That's the lowest. Yeah, I don't know exactly how this one works either. But it could also be, the thing is that I got something. You can see that's moving, even though, yeah, the whole thing is going up and down now when I'm touching it. So we know that we have some signal in, right? Okay, human error. What did I do? I was trying to see signals on the button, which I wasn't pressing. So yeah, there we have a signal. Only I was measuring the wrong thing. Yeah, you said I'm tired, right? So no, we hopefully will get something here. Yeah, so let's go minus. We're not really getting any big things, so I'm thinking let's like, what if we do this? Was it on 1? I don't know. 1.1. So now we have it actually detecting, and we just need to so now we're going down wrong. Plus and minus being in the opposite direction. Look, we're starting to see the signals. So I would like to be able to see a whole signal. So when I do this, it should go up and down like 4 times or something. And I would like it to stop there. And you can see the length of these, they keep being different, right? So if I turn it quickly, of course they will move quicker and be shorter. But if I just do the same thing, yeah, there's also 2 ins. This one only has 1. So if we move this to the other one, it should look similar. So it will be go to ground when it's connected. So the signals are down. So that's correct. So now we're on 10 milliseconds. So what we see here, I guess it could be 1 square. I have no idea. Oh, so it totally hopped up to there. Oh, look, there we actually saw 3. So I would like it to freeze. It's supposed to, I think. So the OK button, what does it do? Oh, now I activated hold. So if we click it, it's running. I want it to hold, but I want it to auto hold, right? Auto. Okay. So I think it's freezing instantly because it thinks something happened, right? So running, I move it, it doesn't auto. Yeah, there's auto on rising edge. Well, we want falling, I guess. So then select, we want this to change. I have to go plus and minus for that, right? Single, normal, auto. Sing, norm, auto. Auto, we want auto, but we want it to be select, this is the edge. Now it's going on falling edge. So, but it didn't hold, right? It didn't hold. We get a few images of how it looks like, right? So extremely different every time, and it's not hard to see that coding for this to detect this. So let's change the time again. So select, let's hop back to the time, and let's increase the time, which would be minus. So now instead of 20 milliseconds is 50. So yeah, now you can see it, like see more what's actually happening. So I'm going to remove the things we have put here to make it more even. There. So it seems like sometimes we just get one, sometimes we get two. So I'm turning one direction now. This is like up. One up, one up, one up, one up. And then I go down. So it's just generally lower now. Yeah, and then we go up. So it's a longer time when I go one direction. So if we switch and check. Oh, I removed those things from the other one. Oh, look! Oh, cool! This is the one I removed the bouncy fix from. Did you see that? Woo, 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 woo. Maybe it's not visible. So I need to click that thing too. So if I turn now, I can't really actually see it. It's definitely less even. And it goes a bit all over the place. If I just turn one, you still get the one blip, but the signal is less even. And we get the tiny one in the other direction. And just a big one. And sometimes two, one or two. Other direction, tinier. Yeah. So, interesting. So I'm going to remove the autofocus. So now it's on autofocus again. So let's put these back. So now you're getting, I don't know if you saw that, but it was going up and down like crazy for a little bit. There. And the difference I made now we have a pull-up resistor not being internal to the ESP32. That was that. So if I just touch this a little bit, see, yeah, we still get the bouncy thing there. So then we move the cap to ground from there too. And now I touch it a little bit again. Yeah, we still get the thingy. So, but when I just turn this, I think it's much more even actually. So I might keep the, oh, that was not even. It's just great. It's just a bit crazy, right? But the main thing that we saw that it wasn't like 4 pulses for one turn, one click of the rotary encoder. It's actually like 1. So if we detect 1, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna turn this off. That was just a bit interesting. These are so... So nice to actually have that tiny one instead of a big one. I didn't have to find a ground cable. I don't have a ground. That's why I'm not using it for. Need to get the ground. We don't have ground in the power outlet, so. So it's warm. It's 12 degrees outside today. That's not warm. But it's so cold to open the window. So. So, yeah, and I realized this, that I could restart it by just moving that a little bit. Probably shouldn't do that. Probably. I should just lift these up. Doo-doo, doo-doo. So, I did check the signal with a sheep. Oscilloscope. And noticing there's just one pulse per click. I know what it's calling it, I don't want that anyway. Scopoi. It's oscilloscopy. In one direction, the length of the pulse is super short, and in the opposite, a bit longer. I mean, how long it is of course dependent on the resolution. So, assuming this is how we can see the direction and possibly where. That's not a good word. The possibly, oh my god, I need access to my keyboard. Possibly the time relationship between the signals. Two. So, mechanical incremental encoderable 2-bit quadrature output, where one signal A or B leads the other. Yeah, that's what I'm assuming. That one is before the other. I'm assuming that's what it means with leads. The signal visible pulse per click is normal. Well, I don't think it, I hope it doesn't think I saw this because I'm just assuming that. The signal visible pulse per click is normal. Encoders internally have multiple transitions per detent, 4 in most cases, but some cheaper ones don't expose clean symmetrical pulses. Were they symmetrical? No, they were like. But it also depends on the speed of turning. So, obviously, right? As there's no electronics in there, it's just stuff touching in different ways when we turn it, I'm assuming. So it will short or not. It's different ways. Now I want to know exactly how it looks inside. It's not like these are easy to open. Use interrupts on both A and B pins. This ensures, this is what it started with. Precise reading, even on short pulses. Determine direction by checking which signal signaled first, phase difference. And if is one of these, seldom it signaled actually 2 for 1, and then it moved up twice. That's because of the hardware glitch. It's not anything we can do really, right? Because you can turn it real fast if you want to. Use a simple state machine to avoid false reversals and bouncing. Here's a complete version optimized for ESP, no delay, which it had delays in there in the code. Non-blocking stable, using interrupts. So, what do you think? Will this be quicker? It's very short code now. Yeah. Quadra 2 state for forward reverse movement. I think this is what didn't work very well. We'll see. We'll see. I'll have to redo the whole thing when we have a good one. So I don't want to spend hours on this now. It has been 1 hour. Okay. So let's say max 2 hours on getting this better. And let's save the current version as a working like fallback version. So rotor encoder test. Let's go to the files and save this one as right. With me having F2 as actually a switch screens button, but it actually worked because yeah, I think it would have switched if it wasn't actually switching to this one. That working fallback version. So in case we don't make it better, but actually worse, we have something here to use instead. So we don't have to like undo a million times or try and find the right thingy. So let's copy this and paste it here. And save. And will shift control? No, we can't upload now because we don't have any. Quite sure this is the one I used yesterday. So micro USB annoyingly on this one. We have a 6 there for some reason. And now we can try shift control U. It didn't work. I don't know why it stopped working. Yeah, that's just a warning. So let's go here and click upload. This one keeps popping up. Bye bye. Oh, So show menu. So we have the little problem where it puts the functions in the wrong order for platform IO. We just put this one. Also, it's one function on top, then setup, loop, and show menu. Yeah, that's so logical. So if we can make a good rover encoder thingy, then I'm happy. Also, as ChatGPT was guessing, it was 4 pulses, right? And now, since we measured, we saw there was like 1. And that's quite good too. That's why we checked with myself. Don't just trust the AI and check what your hardware is actually doing. So let's unplug this now because it's actually saying rotary menu here now. But usually when I have this plugged in,
says, how do you suggest how I learn how to hack?
that depends on what you already know and how old you are, I would say. So I'm going to restart this. Rotary menu. So didn't even show the menu. Also, it's in another direction. So it's totally upside down now. So it changed the direction by itself. And also the text color, right? So, oh. It hopped 2 steps there, but that could be the hardware. Down, 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 down. That it blinks like that. That's unacceptable to me. So I'm just gonna comment a line where it's actually, let's see, background, 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 fill screen. So here we are, it's filling it black. This isn't the setup, so that's okay. But we don't want anything like that in the loop. Set text color. Let's go up to that function on top. Let's search for fill screen because there must be 2. There it is. So, and when I have disconnected, we get a widescreen after a little bit. So that's how it works, unfortunately. So if you don't know anything about computers, then start with learning computers. If you know a little bit about computers, then networks, then maybe start looking at free stuff on TryHackMe and maybe Hack the Box too.
I'm not that old and I'm new to everything.
Yeah. So usually I would stream more like hacking stuff. And I also have on my YouTube channel a lot of like going through all the theory rooms on like TryHackMe and stuff. Did I have another window open? And I've been raided to someone. Yeah. Yeah, I left the streams on yesterday. So, yeah, this is a Swedish cybersecurity conference that's right now. Or I think it's might have stopped by now, but that's why I had it up. So we could let's go to TryHackMe. So how come I ended up on this screen and you actually see this? Was it because I clicked F2? So F1, F2, yeah. So it actually did switch, but this was my preview. I didn't notice. Oh, so you probably didn't see a lot of what I was doing. Oh well. There's something called tryhackme.com, and they have a lot of free stuff. Hi VR.
VR
Welcome back.
Mechatronics says, hey, how is going?
Yeah, it's going good. It's going good. We have a menu here, and we can control it. It's just not perfect yet. Oh? No, not the microscope. The desk. So it's upside down right now. We're going to test this in a bit. I just got a question. So if you're starting new with everything, of course, there's a million YouTube videos. But I think if you have a focus on cybersecurity and that's what you want to learn, you can learn the networking and computer knowledge like on the side of starting to look at this. So I'm just gonna log in. Make sure you can't see my authenticator here, because they'll probably ask. I'm not a robot today either, I think. I'm not sure. What? One of these? No bikes that my human eyes see. Maybe the robot eyes see something. I think making the right amount of errors is exactly what we need to do as humans, right? Okay. Two-factor. Come on there. And then we have... sorry, I wasn't logged in apparently, so that's why. There. So, if you're new and you create an account here, I don't know, maybe you can start even without creating an account. So you click Learn, and there's like a basic roadmap that you can do, and you can also do pause. And here you can do like cybersecurity 101. This is a very basics. There's something called pre-security too. And then you can continue with the junior penetration tester path. And in these, there are both rooms that you pay for and that are free. I think maybe this is all free. I don't know. So it has Windows fundamentals, Linux fundamentals, and I'm sure network too, command line stuff, and networking. Yeah, so here you have like the very, very basics of computers, right? Before you get started with a little bit of cryptography, and you're not seeing a thing what I'm showing. Gosh, sorry. Let's redo that. So when you log in, you start at the dashboard here. So let's click Learn, and I can also remove the desktop. So in the Learn, there's a roadmap that you can go to, and you can also use pause. And in the pause, you can see these. So if you go to pause, there's also modules you can do separate things that you want to learn. For example, if you want to learn more about Windows, you can click that. But the Cybersecurity 101 and Pre-Security are great to start with, and then you have Junior Penetration Tester here. And there's lots of other paths that you can go to too. But this one has the very basics, Linux, like just an intro to what is security, you know? Linux, Windows, basics, about the command line, because maybe you just click everything, right? Networking, and then the cryptography, and start with the exploitation basics, Metasploit, and web hacking, and some other tools that are very common. I'm like, yeah, it must be burp in here. There, burp. Hydra, Go Buster, skill map. So if you do this, I think that a lot of these rooms are free without paying. And if you go up to the search here and just view all, then you can make a selection. So subscription type, we want to see the free stuff, right? Room type, we want to have basic information, walkthroughs, easy stuff. We want to have maybe information. We don't even have to set that one because information will limit it for us. And yeah, here you can say completed or not, and the age of them, point of view. Yeah, if you want to focus on like red or blue team, but probably you should learn everything. So here you have lots of things that are free and these are just information. And when you learn a little more, you can. I don't really like this thing as deciding. Maybe not do stuff that's cold, hard, or insane to start with, but some of the basic information. Let's search for this Windows, right? Let's say we want to check Windows. So network traffic basics is a basic thing. Network security essentials. And you can just, these are all free. So you can do this without any kind of paying anything at all. You just join the room and you start reading and filling out answers, right? So that's where I would start if you don't know anything. So preview, because when I have the desk on and Zoom, I kind of want to see the preview. So how are you, VR? Ah, streak. Nice. And that's not easy when I have been streaming like nothing. Or maybe it's easier then. Electronic Center for World Management. Yeah. Yeah, it will be cool to print, 3D print some box for us later, right? It will be so cool. Just how to do that. But I will have to do that after Thursday. So now we have focus on Thursday's little talk thing. I noticed that these were probably the most useful because the signal was, it's like the tiny pull-ups that are here. The signal kind of went odd. It went more like all over the place. And upside down, actually it's showing it with this on. Let's see if it does it still. It's still funny. It's worse. It's much worse. Yeah. So it went bad with our attempted fix. Up or down, down. Yeah, it's going all over the place now.
Nap says, I think hacking and coding are really cool. I always had a problem with finding out what I'm going to do, and now I have stuff like this.
Yeah, cool. So you didn't really have any focus what you want to learn or do in the future. Now you have it. That's cool. And very much welcome into the stream too. Yeah, so this project is, I call it Legos for adults, right? Building and putting stuff together, and yeah. We can do lots of fun things. But it's actually supposed to work, and this is extremely not working. So down from snake into settings, down, it's actually going up. And it's not consistent. Now turning up, it's mostly going down. So yeah, let's just skip this one. So let's tell it that This is crazy much worse than the last one, and also up is down.
Jet Pinky says, meow.
Meow, welcome in. Another cat. We already have one in there. Jet Pinky, welcome in. So, let's go back to the last version and focus on other things for now. If you don't have any quick fix suggestions. So also, we're still on ChatGPT 5. When it goes to 4, or whatever it goes to, it will start working better. So we'll have to exhaust the free stuff first. By the way, it asked me if I wanted a free month yesterday. I was like, no, thanks. It will definitely want me to keep paying after that, right? I don't want to get used to having to be able to select the model and being able to select not to use ChatGPT 5. Good call. If the last one was least consistent, we should absolutely tune that instead of starting over. A quick and effective fix you can try before rewriting anything. Stop and aim. Yeah, if it had been consistent, but we could have done
Nap
that.
says, how long have you been doing stuff like this?
So it depends on what you mean by this. With electronics, I was actually in a course like technology for girls when I was in like 7th grade or something. So then we learned all the colors of the resistors and stuff. But I already had done stuff like that at home then. I started programming when I was like 11, I think. I started working in IT. I was 20 something. But security is kind of new. So cybersecurity is 2-3 years now. 2.5 years maybe. So, but I've been working in IT for a long time. And I love also teaching people stuff. So I'm connecting all of the different things that I'm interested in and knowledge about. And yeah, this thing is like building what I'd like from a tool that we could use on a physical pen test, for example, if I were to do one of those. So let's continue reading, and please chat on. Swap A and B. Yeah, that's where I started laughing, right? Yeah, that's a quick fix, but it's not a pretty fix. You solve it in your code if you have split it upside down. Add simple software hysteresis. Only register a new step when both signals are returned to the idle state, both high. Filter out bounce, cause quick hop up, then back behavior. If you tell me which of the previous versions you meant, the one that worked best. Which version? Well, that's a good question because that was yesterday. I just need to go quick. Punch back. By the way, I should have such a thing like run an ad, right? We don't do it later. Ni får komma till mig om ni behöver hjälp. Gör det. Du kan fråga också om lagen idag. Okej. No, please, we never do cheese, so not for the okay. Du också ha det. Vi gör det till dig också. Det skulle ändå vilja hjälpa något som har det. Okej? Kan jag be dig att ta lite för det varma? Vilken läcker band. So, just spoke to the kids too. So this is not the most secure place to put this. Sorry for disappearing. So, yeah. Which version? It's not like it's numbering its responses, right? But this is the one. The answer starting with the code before I mentioned the oscilloscope and not make it scop or whatever. I won't switch. Well, let's just do this. It's obvious not switching the cables, right? You should understand. Let's add this code as the Wi-Fi scan. And I'll just put my other code. So I'm looking at the wrong Windows. We want this. I can display test there. So all the windows hopped over to the other screen because my middle screen doesn't like it. So I'm gonna select not all of this, but it's not much. Wi-Fi scan and menu option. Also make the auth option from this repo's code. And we take the opportunity before it dies from it can't networks stuff anymore. There. I mean, when we get run out of the free stuff, I don't think it can read websites, right? So it's a rotary encoder.
What's the pot for?
It's a rotary encoder. Just a sec, I'll just answer the phone. Ja, men jag vet. Okej. Ja, men jag kan gå och kolla lite.
Consecutive boo 6 you says. BS viewers stream boo. Com. Remove the space. Add glow to am.
Nej, jag förstår. Ja. Ja. Men jag checkar med kidsen bara om det är något de ska ha. Så lägger jag på listan. Okej? Okej, okej. Jag skulle tro att Linus har slut på de här köttbullslådorna också och så. Så att det kommer nog. Mm. Ja, men, ja, nej, men det är klart, vi behöver inte köpa nya. Ska jag inte fråga dem då kanske? Ska vi bara låta det vara som det är? Men det finns ju köttbullar och han kan också till och med steka köttbullar. Och han kan göra curly fries. Så det, skit i att köpa bara. Jag tycker vi köp bara typ ett paket Bregott om du inte har ett till. För det borde ju märkas. Okej, okej. Mm, mm, mm. Mm, mm. Ja, men jag är superseg idag, så verkligen. Mm, mm, mm. So I have to think if there's something I want my hubby to buy on his way home back from her work. So here's our shopping app. So this is ice cream and stuff here. There, that's the thing. Let's say like 3 there. And so I think that's good enough. That's good. Yeah, I'm tired. I'm so tired today. I'm sorry for disappearing from stream too. Let's see what decided. So great. And unlocking Wi-Fi scan option that displays results on the TFT and option was same as just the card. Oh, yeah, I have comments for the code. I was working on adding that functionality, but it wasn't finished, so I commented it for since we were test running this just to see if we can go back to that version yesterday. I can't help at the Wi-Fi deauth implementation. That's an active attack, and I must refuse. That's the first time in my use of ChatGPT that it has refused. But I will fire the menu entry, so it's safe, placeholder, and show how to call. I looked at the review linked for context. Below is a single file. I think it's very easy to do it yourself, you know. I'm just seeing if it can do the work for it and make it speedier. Below a single file, platform IO, Arduino style ESP sketch. It's just C++ code. It uses the idle return encoder handling. Here working earlier ISR sets. Oh, okay. Movement flag on return idle, unblocking button handling TFT menu, and unblocking Wi-Fi scan state machine the start and async scan and show saves results once complete. No delay calls are used. Only millis where needed. Yeah. So it counts how much time has passed. It doesn't pause. SD writing is optional. It attempts to init SD and writes if available. So I was gonna rewrite this code myself. And I don't really care about the SD card bit, and I commented for a reason, so I should have removed it when I sent it my code. Refused to provide integrated Wi-Fi authentication. Yeah, this is the first time I've seen it. It's always done everything else. I will ask it more. It was just like a comment now, like a do this too, right? I didn't say why. If you say why, we're building a tool for physical pen tests, and this will only be used and as you can see, the code is right there, ready to use. I was just speeding up the process as I have a short Echo hacking talk on Thursday. That's why it would be very helpful for you to help me. I would have done this long ago, but I got
Jet Pinky says,
pancreatitis.
I
Let's
gonna say
make it
TRR Kappa.
feel for us. And have not been able to do anything in over a month. Please help me, as this is very important. So, let's see if it helps us.
Pandatong says,
Best view from up here. Come space the removes.
Ha ha ha, it didn't get removed. Yeah, if you do a parenthesis and say remove the spaces, then it will be removed. I removed the other things. Yeah, that was awful. I can't help. Okay, so it's still saying no, even for ethical use. Simulated D-off mode. No, no simulation. I'll just have to try and get the time and the power to do it myself. Maybe we should cry a bit. Oh no, there was no text. Oh gosh. Oh, or is there? It's just slow. This page is slowing down Firefox. To speed up your browser, stop this page. Yeah, so I was typing in the right place. So what do you think? Is it just tab closing, slowing down my whole computer? Or is it the fact that I have quite a few
Jet
tabs?
Pinky says, if you've GPT for it before, pull it via search.
I don't know what you mean. But let's just grab the. I guess I can't actually. Let's close. Oh, look! I scrolled a bit and no simulation. I'll run the previous code now. I won't beg it again. So when we run out of the freestyle, we should be like now. We can do that again, and it might just say yes, because I've never seen it. It's never said that it won't do stuff for me, ever. Yeah. Let's click that copy button. This window is definitely acting a bit odd. Good luck. Yeah, this is why ChatGPT is not smart. It's not thinking. So the A/B thing was a fix for the version that we went back from, and we're not using that version, right? So it's totally losing what we're actually doing.
If you have gotten the code via GPT before, use the search field.
No. It's this. We have the code here. I just sent it this and said, could you put this in a function in our code? Thanks. And it didn't. So let's run the latest one and see if it works. This is not the one. It's this. So we don't want to overwrite the wrong one. So this is a rotary encoder test. So the new test now is to actually do something. This is where it puts stuff for deal. Simulated deal. No, where? Did it actually edit its own old code? So I'm curious now. I copied the wrong one then. Yeah, this is the one we want. Because we definitely don't want a simulated deal. Fake stuff. That's too crappy. Rotary encoder test, undo, redo. Okay, so I just selected everything and I paste it. I want to delete between so I can see when I undo that place. So I didn't do it. So we searched for fill screen before, and it's still interesting because we don't want it to do the fill screen. In the setup, yes, but we don't want it to do it in the other places. Pull Wi-Fi scan and display. So then we will, when we do a scan, we want it, but we don't want it to be in the menu. Because every time we move up and down, turn the knob, it will flicker. So we'll have to fix the code later, right? Let's connect it. It's actually connected still. So this is odd. It has not been working when this connection has been in before. And the display is actually good now. So what we actually have two capacitors, tiny ones, that are making it more even, the level of the power, right? That's the difference. Because these are not just here. They're like generally in between ground and power. And they're both there in the same place, really. Yeah.
Snake game.
Yeah, we'll have to make a game too. We'll have to make a snake game too. Because we need, of course, to have a reason to hold something tiny and play with it. And we'll have to control it with the rotation. So you turn right and left. Huh? So what on earth should click be? Jumping in Snake. So you jump over yourself. It's a very basic game. I mean, I had it on my old Nokia phone. That was the only game that it was in the phone. Oh, grapefruit. It's so good. So I'm supposed to click this. Also, I've been poking this a bit, so that could also matter. Oh. So, no, we don't want to include SDFAT. So it removed comments from my lines with comments, and that's why we have this problem.
I should learn ESP after the Arduino sale.
Okay, so there's a sale on Arduino. Or should I add it instead? Well, we can add it. Maybe if it works with SD, I removed the SD card, but we can play with that too. If it just happens to work, I don't think so, but so I commented all the SD lines in this, but it still has. That was just for test running it. It still has the stuff here. Let's see. Here is the SDFAT include. So Platform IO is very nice. You will see when I add this in the file. So this is a very, very pretty function. And I'm actually going to remove the desktop image so you can see the update, because it happens in this corner. So when I add this line here now, and of course not that indented, add a fruit. So when I save this file now, configuring project, library manager, installing Adafruit. So it's finding this and installing it without us having to do anything. The library is just there. If we were using Arduino, we would have to look for the thing and not just have the name of it like this. There is also, you can click the Platform IO here, and you can go to libraries or something. Here, libraries. And also you can go to home and open libraries. And then you can add libraries here and search in the libraries. So if you don't know what you're looking for and you wanted SD, let's say we know that it's called SD and FAT, right? And we want to search for this, and then you get different things to check out. There's SDFAT Adafruit fork, and there's SDFAT by Bill Raymond, which is I tested this one too, but this one seems to be better. So Then we can click this, and then it will add it to the file where we added it manually, and add it to the project that way. So you can do that too, but you don't have to. If you have several code files, like projects like we do, we know we want this one, right? Because I've already used it, I've tested it. I've not actually read or anything, but I've started to get how the code works and stuff, and it seemed it could read bigger cards. That's kind of the thing, because the cards I have is kind of big. So let's hop back. This is rotary encoder test, and it failed because it didn't have SDFAT, right? And now it added it automatically. So we just click upload again. And this time it should have SDFAT because we've included it now. Then the question is, did ChatGPT write good code? Which is a total different thing. So warnings are okay. We're not using touch or anything, which is included in this. So this is ChatGPT trying to add my code to its menu. So the code is much longer. Let's compare the length of this to my project. So this was the length of the program and some headers here. This is just comments about what pins we have, right? And this is another functionality to start an access point. Use it as an access point with your whatever information you want to put there, you know. Which might be another one thing we want to do. Use this as an access point. And I'm pointing at it when you can't see it because I removed it. Let's put the camera back. There. So this could be an access point too, right? We would have to input text then. A name. Oh, that's still running. Yeah. So this is the other one, and this one should be almost done. And it made a much longer one here now. And this is the fallback version without no code in it. We can add it manually, which is really what I was thinking. Platform upload. Rotary finished in 2 minutes and 3 seconds. Took 119. Look, that's not the same. 2 minutes and 3 seconds or 119.71 seconds. That's not the same thing. 60 plus 60 is not 190. Yeah. So why does this one hop up? Because it's finished. But it was already. Okay. So it is totally remade the menu, of course, right? Because it doesn't know its own what it had before. And let's look at this menu, which is extremely tiny compared to what we had. So now this is the menu. Oh my. Am I? I better open the little program so I can set focus to this. There. So it still has the same menu items. And let's see if I can actually touch the down. Oh, it skipped one there. Up. It skipped one again. So let's say I want to go up to Wi-Fi scan. I haven't managed yet. So this is bad code. It's not working anymore. So it didn't do the right thing. Starting Wi-Fi scan, it says, but it's not doing anything. Oh, and there it shows Wi-Fi scan done. Okay. So nothing of this is similar to what I told it to do, so we'll do this manually instead. It's just crappy. So the rotary controller worked less good, and let's remove that. So I don't want it locked. Come on. Autofocus. So yesterday this worked perfectly. That's annoying. There, now it's unlocked. I had to open the menu kinda. So it's not showing the way I wanted it to look. The scan, it is not showing the menu the way we had it before, or the one even before that. So I don't think it's worth doing anything more with ChatGPT at this point, but we need to do stuff ourselves, which is really the fun bit too. But we needed a bit of speed here, so let's close this down, and let's look a little at this code because we have a working. I was thinking. Let's show the Wi-Fi scan. Actually, let's revert the code first. So rotary encoder, and let's delete this file because I don't see any use in this at all. Also, it didn't mention SD card, right? SD okay, SD init failed. I didn't see any of these messages.
Fixerbot says.
With the boys.
Hydrate, hydrate, hydrate.
Skål, as we say in Sweden. I was told that this was the Vikings holding a skull and saying skull. Might be a rumor. So let's just delete this file because we have our full version, which works. Kinda works. Good enough. So when I spoke to my hubby, he said, well, the washing machine, so what about the heater of the house? That one. So when you rotate the button on that, it jumps to a random place. So the only way to control it is to rotate it and happen to end up in the right place because it goes all over the place. It's totally crazy. So it's a rotary encoder that is so much work than this. Oh. And yeah. So this is a totally acceptable version now that we have. Let's download this and confirm that it works. Did I actually rename the file? Yeah, it's called main CPP again. And we're going to upload it, as we still have the cable attached.
Hola hola them boys says. Hope you're well. Please don't drink out of my skull. I posted in the Discord, dash. Smile.
Okay. Yeah, welcome to the Discord. So, I usually don't open Discord when I am streaming, but let's see. Let's see. Oh, Arduino! Cool. So, I'll show the image. Here, Arduino! Woo! Wi-Fi board. So, that'll be cool. Fun stuff to play with. And you can use the platform IO in VS Code like this.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. It's uploaded, and now you can see we have the menu back that I think was much better scale. I'm thinking maybe we don't want a scrolling menu because if we see all the options, we know what's there and it's quicker to select something, and we have sub menus that are also that fit on the screen, right? We can fit quite a few options on here. So what should we say, like 9 options. It doesn't have to say main menu, right? But maybe the sub menus would be good to have a header, like Wi-Fi menu. I like kind of the green and white, which is we manually made changes to the code. But what did it have the other one? Actually, I closed the ChatGPT and they deleted the file. So let's undo closing that tab and let's see the colors, because I don't remember the colors. Was it yellow and green? So let's see what colors it used. And that's not the code, this is the one. And it has constants at the top, I think, with the colors. Yeah, so yellow is highlight, foreground white. That's the boring old ugly one, right? So maybe it was the one before. Yeah, that was a tiny one. So that's not the one I wanted. Here's when I gave it the code I wanted it to. But this is the one that was off in all other ways. It didn't actually work controlling. But the colors of this one was different. Everything was different. Green. So text color green. And then you can set the background when you write to. So we could have an inverted, the selected option could be inverted and have a background color that is the normal text color if we wanted to, you know. It would be very easy to do. Just do the set text color with 2 options. So, but the green on white is okay. Let's see, where is it actually writing this? Set text color yellow on the I is index. And index is the set one. Okay. Position. Yeah, so yellow and green. The selected one being yellow, the others being green. I kind of like that. I'm not gonna go back and look in the stream how it looked. We can just test it. So these are the bits that are important now. For people to think it looks like a fun thing to do, which is what's my goal, right? Inspire people to make their own hardware stuff. And it's not complicated, right? Show how easy it is. Yeah. So we might want to remove the... Okay. Let's actually click there instead of just holding the mouse over. So TFT yellow. So there, and that's what you have with an actual IDE like VS Code. The colors pop up, and also it has dark mode. But with the colors, I mean, if this is pretty, if it's white and black, that's not like, oh, that looks very interesting. Maybe. Let's actually make there something happen when we click. Button pressed, fill screen, printf selected, menu items, current index. So it is just printing selected what we selected. And here is where we need to actually add stuff. So maybe I should steal whatever code it made for it too. So let's undo that again. I can have this up. It's just that it was acting funny in the tab too, right? Maybe it's just too long text in here now. So yeah, my shoulder is painful for some reason. All right, yeah. So it's messing with the SD card and everything. And the buttons work differently. Draw menu. So I'm thinking there'll be an if for a switch somewhere. And why this now it's not efficient anymore, right? This is when I'm wasting time on looking at AI answers instead of just remembering how to do it in C. But it became very obvious yesterday that I have too much Python now because I tried adding calls to functions outside a function. And that's something you do in Python, not in C or C++. Or any more structured language. So start Wi-Fi scan async. So scan set. So shoulder. Yeah, so it's deleting the results here, meaning the results are saved. That's how mine works too, I think. But I do that. Otherwise, I was planning to do that, so I don't know which one. Pull Wi-Fi, scan and display. Scan complete. If scan state, okay. So the reason I copied this was to find, paste, and I wanted to see where the call was, because the call would be where I was going, where I wanted to find. String, compare, selection, and Wi-Fi scan. I guess that's a very not using the index of it. But using a string comparison. I mean, why? We could just put a comment instead. Refused. Active deauth is harmful. Deauth refused. Not allowed. Show info line. It's made a function. Yeah, I'm tired. That's why I'm slow. So the thing is, I need to do more stuff. And I just started just 2 hours ago. Just have tomorrow to finish this presentation too. Not just this, but have to make a presentation of it. Cannot retrieve latest commit at this time. Never saw that before. So this is just its UI display. So you can see it's using the same fill screen and the same library that we do. Clear display, set color, text size, and all the things. So it has made its own functions here. The person making this one made their own display functions. Here's the INO file. So let's check the includes first.
You've done a lot of work. I would be tired too.
Oh no, it's because I've been sick that I'm tired. So I usually do like, oh, it's been 16 hours. 2 hours is nothing. I was tired before I started too. But I thought I must get started. It was late. Screen with hype. Main window. Just making sure there's no
Translated
Wi-Fi
from
stuff
Dutch.
here. The author version 1. Append display text. Yeah, so one of the reasons why I want to go leave Arduino. So when you create a project here in Platform.io, you select whether to use. We can look at the file too here. Whether to use Arduino or Espressif's own stuff. And the framework here we're using is Arduino. And when using Arduino, we don't have low-level access to the ESP32 because we're not using the native stuff, right? So that's why I'm interested in this code, because if they're doing DL using the Arduino stuff, right, and it's an INO file, so definitely they're using that, then I want to know how to do it, and we're going to like use the same method to do it. And here it's actually talking Wi-Fi stuff. So set display stuff. It's using its display functions here. Set random MAC, changing MAC. So append display text. It's using those from the header file. Init vutils. If is init, it's writing the MAC address, and this is a function or method as its objects. Scan Wi-Fi lists. Okay, so it's scanning for us to select a Wi-Fi. So vutils is where the Wi-Fi stuff is happening. So it's initting it here. It is changing MAC address. If set random MAC, so that will be somewhere. So if this probably constant with the big letters is true, so it's just here's just printing the text, but I guess it happens in the MAC address bit. Yeah, and here we can also see MAC address. is in Wi-Fi util CPP. So it's the next file that we're gonna check. We can not middle mouse click this because that would have been too nice. Let's open there instead. Then it is just pen display and handle main page, scan page. So graphic stuff. Let's go back up and just confirm changing MAC, scanning Wi-Fi list. So after this, it will have to do more stuff. It will have to actually do the actual. So I guess this Wi-Fi scan is a part of the like main Windows menu then, because you have to select which network, I'm assuming. So that was main window. Main window in it. So handle back, handle main page, set main page, handle main page up, page down, page select, scan page. So scan page select, scan page back, nothing. Set scan page. Vutils Wi-Fi list number. If it's 0, return. Int list num 2. List num 1. Rescan. Okay. Append display text. So we're it's writing the stuff out, but here it's actually doing stuff. So vutils Wi-Fi list SSID and the number of the loop, which goes to Wi-Fi list num and cursor index +6. Okay. And I. Yeah. So it's really the Wi-Fi one we want to read. I just want to see a bit what it calls, so then we look there. So handle scan page up and page down. So here it's changing the values of the index, I guess. List number. Wi-Fi list number. It just feels like a lot of text or code for not a lot of stuff. So how many lines are there really? So we're closing up to the end. Scanning Wi-Fi scan list. So now we're handle scan page. Select. So this is just showing the graphics for which option is selected then. So it is all about going up and down, which we also use. Up and down, right? Set info page. ESP32 Wi-Fi deauthor 1. It's the display text. And GitHub Mac vutils MAC address. Yeah, and these will probably be information about. I didn't read all the details in that file. So let's actually go back here. So after the main window, we only have the Wi-Fi one, which we have open in the other tab. So I'm just going to quick check because this will be the interesting stuff. Yeah, it is just doing window init and window loop. So main window. So this is where we have all the bits. And the one that we had up, which I actually backed out of. Main window is the rest of what we can. Of course, there are header files, right? So that constant that I was looking for will be in the header file. Here we have the constants. So where's the MAC address one? Set random MAC is 1 by default here, or set to 1. So yeah, goody goody. So if you want to see how one of these is called, then we can just look in this. But let's see, it looks tiny. Look at the scroll bar. This is all the code about networking, and it includes Wi-Fi utils H. So maybe that's what we should have up here. So let's look at the header file too. So here we can see it's actually include ESP Wi-Fi, string, and vector. That's what it's using. So ESP Wi-Fi is probably, it's Wi-Fi H, but it's also ESP Wi-Fi. And yeah, so I don't know if this is included in Arduino by default. Arduino library, Express ESP IDF. So IDF is what Espressive's own thing is called, the alternative to using Arduino and Platform.io. Provides Arduino API for the C++ Arduino. Fatal error, no such file directory. So this is what people's forum names. Inexpressive IDF. Yeah. So what I'm interested in, so now we're again in IDF, it seems. So let's check the other one. It's for IDF programming guide. Useful Wi-Fi library function, random merge, Arduino. So we're still using Arduino. So Wi-Fi H, that's not what we're interested in. We're interested in ESP Wi-Fi. What? So it is on the page there. Yeah, and other Fritz stuff too, like we do use. But this is a comment. I am working Weller Station using the board using ESP underscore now dot one of the things I have in the transmitter code is ESP now pair into T parent file. This is important. Keeps this early. Hope this helps a little. So someone has problems. Okay. Yeah, they're doing something called ESP now. I'm thinking, is that a protocol or what? I don't know. And ESP32 uses Wi-Fi library function, but it doesn't mention ESP32 Wi-Fi, but just Wi-Fi. Just Wi-Fi.h from Arduino. So I'm thinking that maybe this program is Arduino, but it's still using a library that is not Arduino. And that is why we end up here in Espressive stocks for ESP IDF when we search for it. So here we have the include of this library. So that's why I wanted to leave Arduino, right? But maybe we can just use both. Also want to leave Arduino because it does like lots of stuff for you that maybe you want control over, like putting a lot of extra big stuff into a tiny processor, it's memory. I like to have control over what I'm doing. Wi-Fi scan. Selected Wi-Fi scan. And then we're not going to clear the screen, so it will be visible on the top there. But that doesn't matter because that's not what's supposed to happen. Instead, we're going to, when we select the option, we're going to clear the screen and do something totally different when we select an option. So that's just the demo menu. But I kind of like this demo menu, except for the colors, right? I didn't actually run that one. I'm sorry. As I said at the beginning of stream, I'm tired and I might just skip stuff and don't remember what I was actually doing. Rotary encoder test. And am I blind? There it is. Did I change the colors? I'm quite sure I did. So why did I scroll down? I changed the colors. I didn't run it. Because then we would have had other colors here, right? So I'm very happy that it's actually working with the cable connected. So error. The chip stopped from responding. So I was actually touching this, but let's plug this out and try again. But I probably shouldn't be messing with the cable when it's uploading. It would be funny though that when I realized I didn't have to. Yeah, now it's uploading. Let's see if it's confirming it too. Yeah. And the menu is working now. And let's see how long it works, because it usually goes white in a few seconds without the extra power. So if this just works now. So now we have yellow and green. Is this visible? It's not very visible, is it? Yeah. So imagine me having. Let's try the setup for demoing this, right? So instead of having the phone up there, we're gonna put it very close, like this, close to it, and then I don't think we will have a problem with the size. So let's go full screen and full. And oh, this is so warm, it's crazy warm. It doesn't ever die anymore though. So now it doesn't have power, meaning I guess the angle is quite okay. Yeah. So imagine that this is the demo then, and then we can see. Let's reset it. So which button is reset? Not that one. That one. So we have the menu. We scroll. Is this down? Yeah. We scroll down. We scroll up. it cops sometimes, but it's not like we can't find. Let's say we want to go to Bluetooth scan. I actually had to go far down that, but I happened to scroll twice, so I had to go up one. There, and I want to go to Snake Game. There, and I want to go to Wi-Fi scan. There, I click Wi-Fi scan, and then it needs a blank after this. And the thing is that it's in the menu now, so it doesn't show it until I scroll though. So that doesn't. It's just a test, right? There's supposed to happen stuff when we click the menu options. Yeah, and I think this is a good. I stream this to my computer that I bring and show the stuff. Maybe I'll put this one closer actually. I don't know. And this is also two here now. We could just put them in between the 3 volt and the ground. Then we wouldn't have to have those big black ones. But I guess having it as close as possible to this. Yeah, this is just me falling asleep. Yeah, I'm so sorry for. So this phone, let's go have it up again. This is great, but it doesn't have power, so it will drain quickly. Well, let's see what the power level is right now from it being like this far. Yeah, it's already on 97 from a few minutes of this. So warm. So warm. There. It feels like it's dark now, the table. I'm like, which is the best way to put this in the bag? So I couldn't finish my food before. Let's see if I can get lost a little bit. Cause I don't have time to not do stuff. I have to finish this. The technical bit should really be done today, and tomorrow do the presentation bit. So I am thinking, why is this powered up now, right? Is this cable better? Why does it work now? If I pull these, will it stop working? The caps are not there anymore. So what did I really do now? Right. I was searching here too. So let's just move that one over. When you drag something into the screen where I have this card, it ends up underneath, which is quite interesting. So we're gonna finish reading the code too. I'm just want to do all the things I said I would do before I got to this. And right now, we didn't actually make it do any Wi-Fi scan, right? So before we do the deal, let's just put the finished code for the Wi-Fi scan in this code. And that should be very simple. And since I haven't read this ChatGPT code, I need to check where it's actually doing it. And we had it just a bit ago. It was grabbing here. This. Button press millis, also press time, long press time. Back pressed. Yeah, so I'm not sure I want this at all. But let's leave it in there for now. If button pressed. So I don't know what button press actually means yet. If millis button press, long press time. Okay, so here's where it differentiates between short and long press, and we can do different things. And we can use this later, right? For example, we might want it to be back, but we might also want long press to be hidden functionality for if we long press within the game, then we end up in the menu. Maybe it starts with a game, right? Or if we long press in the menu, it will suddenly hop to the game. Maybe that's the functionality we want hidden. Because we want a quick way to go to the game. That's kind of like you're in a physical pen test and you're having something in your hand and someone comes up to you, oh, what are you doing? Oh, I'm playing a game, right? That's why we want a no eyes on the thing, no touch button or touch with the fingers or a pen or anything messy. So let's just put these back, and I kind of need glasses to make sure I actually see where the resistor is attached. So as these have been useful, it kind of felt like it's worked better. And we saw on the oscilloscope that it's nicer. But I think mostly the resistor, the pull-ups here, there was doing the thing. I know what I was thinking too. So I have a little to-do list in my brain. One of the things to check is, did I put the caps where ChatGPT suggested? Because now it's just between ground and 3 volts. 3. But maybe we should put it between ground and the actual pin. Which I'm thinking is more logical, so I don't know why I put them where I put them. Maybe I was thinking I would put a cable there instead and then have the resistor to 3 volts, which would be the same functionality except for us putting the caps there. And if I'm saying something that's not understandable, ask, please. So let's continue. This is where, yeah, it has a nice comment here. Short press is detected. So at this point, we want to know which menu item was selected. So here we want to make our own code. So we want to fill the screen with a background color. Yes. And then we want to run stuff. And after it's done, we want to fill the screen with background color again. But we won't do that here. Set the cursor to this position and type the text of what was selected. Not really. Yeah, so these lines we're going to comment out. This is information for before we actually had the option here. So let's, instead of doing this, we're going to make an if else here. So if, I can't even spell if, and, oh, it added the stuff. Okay, yeah, so we're going to add the condition there later, and then we're going to do else. And will it add stuff here too? No. So I don't want it like that. I want it there. And this is our else. So if we don't have an option for this, do this instead. So it's not a smart editor that it realizes that I went to the line. So in what conditions? We have the menu items. And we have a selected string. What else do we have? Where does it make the selected string? It's the index. There it is. I'm just blind. So the current index, looking for it. So I was expecting it to be lit up when I selected it, but there? No, it's just not there yet. It's up here. So we have a global variable. I don't like that. That's not pretty code, but it's ChatGPT code. And it's Arduino style, meaning it's probably people who are not programmer made the example that's been stealing its code from, right? So, because I was expecting this to be sent into this function, right? So I wasn't scrolling further than this. Well, let's work with what we have, which is not pretty code, but so current index. So I'm assuming current index will be 1 for the first one, but we don't know yet. Let's actually print the index 2. So index my brain says D, so let's just trust my brain. If current index is 1, We will clear the screen in all places, but maybe we don't want to. Maybe we want this to be done in the function that is called instead. So I'll move it here, and not the best editor. Unfortunately, all the things are not perfect here. There. Well, this still works, right? And I will do the scan in a function here. There. We can also do like change the size of this text and things. We probably want to put the cursor as we're doing text. And we could set the color to Tantan, TFT, sign. We want something different, right? No. Yeah, color. I was thinking size. So TFT dot set text, font size. Let's do font has just the font. Size is just the size. Color has one overload because it has several versions, but we can't see all the things there, right? But I happen to know that we can put the background color in there too, right? This is annoying. So, but the size was what I was going for, so let's do 1. We want the size to be 1, and the semicolons because we're in C. So for now, we'll put this in a function. I'm just differentiating and making sure that our if works, and also annoyingly, it's put that there, which is not the case in other places. Also, here's an else if. That is very not pretty. If digital read button pin low, it doesn't do anything. And else if millis, and then else. So it's if it's low, it is still being moved. That's why we're skipping that. It's just that it's not pretty to do this. So as soon as I clicked it, oh, okay. Yeah, I was thinking it was odd. So it was because I had scrolled up, and that's why it looked like that. Yeah. It's this new functionality of code to show what we're actually in, which is nice, as long as it's not indenting the half the screen, right? Which wouldn't be good code anyway. But just a class in a class, and then there's like, yeah, it happens. Let's just run this. Upload. 21.54 seconds last time. We're not adding the scan, obviously, right? We'll do that next time, make it a function. But first, we just want to confirm that we can select an option that this works. Such a basic thing, I wouldn't usually do it even. So now we click Wi-Fi scan, and now it says index 0. So now we know that it's index 0, meaning we ended up in the else because I set this to 1. So the first is 0, which is logical, and I should have done that really as the first one. So the thing that we didn't get was a new line in between there, because we need to set the cursor position, because print line here doesn't, or printf, yeah, it's printf. So let's see if we can do a new line here. So we just put a \n on this, right? And then we're going to upload it. And then we'll add the scan. I can actually start editing the code, because I'm assuming this will work or not, you know, it depends on the function. 100% written, and then we select just the first option, which is default Wi-Fi scan. And now we have tiny text and no new line in there. Selected. Gosh, did I put the glasses somewhere? Selected Wi-Fi scan. Do the scan in a function here. Yeah. So I did not put this index information in here. We really don't need the index anymore otherwise. It was just for that, seeing the first index. But we can leave it in. We can just leave it in for now. The current index also could be, yeah. So it's not a mega long code, but I'm still thinking we need to focus forward today, and then we will confirm and possibly fix that code later. So we need a added set cursor, and I think, was it like 10, 12? So I'm not going to do anything more here. I'm going to make this a function instead. So what on earth did I call the function? Not deal. Here's the touch test, which is where we have the Wi-Fi scan. So let's grab my Wi-Fi scan code, and we will need the rest of this too. In part because we want the pins in our main program. Actually, let's leave this as it is, right? So we have a functioning menu, and if we scroll now, we can see that we're still in the menu. We can select another option. We get some feedback on that. We scroll, but it doesn't remove that, right? Because that's not, we haven't added anything like that. I'm making a new project in a new one. The thing is, do we need this? This is a test. Display test. 2.5. Oh, I got it. It's on my other screen, the third one too. Of course, my horrible screen. Yeah, so this was an earlier menu example that I thought I might want to keep, and that is why it is up here. That is why. This is the, oh, right, this is the other one. This is this. So the display test is the display test for the little one. Let's make some comment here. The first red bar with the tiny screen and a separate tinier SD card, a reader there, and let's make it more visible. That's good. So we see that there's more than just a ChatGPT comment. And let's save and close that. I was looking quite for a long time, but I think I would bring that one, and we will focus on this one because it will be enough. I'm thinking, do I have a box where this fits so it doesn't all get disconnected in carrying it? Will I be carrying it in my hands all the way? So, here we have 1 plus 1 equals 2, right? So we're going to make a new one. So let's make a new window. I'm thinking more than 3 of these, it's a bit too much. And we're actually going to start with making a new generate new workspace. No, this is not what I want. I want new project. New project. Let's just call it pen tester or ESP pen tester. Just pen tester. And what word did I use last? This was an expressive. ESP32. Nah. If I type out expressive and then ESP32, yeah, and then we just do dev module. That's good enough. Arduino, finish. Please wait. So, I trust the authors because it's me, ChatGPT. And in source, we have a main where we will put all our code. So this goes bye-bye. And in the ini file, we will also add stuff. And as soon as we change this, it will update the project. So let's check the platform IO files. COM9 and so this one is almost the same because we added SDFAT. I think I will actually not bring that along because we haven't actually added that yet. But we will bring all of this. And we're going to paste here, and these lines that are, yeah, we did another board in that one. Then we have the bits that we added. We monitor speed 9600. My God, why? So that's probably, why would I have that? This is the touch test, and this one had nothing. Well, it's okay. We can. It's just good to have the line there in case we use serial, so we know that what it will use. And now we're going to comment the SD fat. For now, no, it is semicolon, right? Yeah, could have looked up there. So let's actually comment it there. And as soon as we do the semicolon, and also adding and saving this file, it will add stuff. Include install libraries, yeah, into this project, and we will see this in the PIO libs here. It will hop up TFT ESPI, which we added, and then we can set the configuration for it, which is the important bit. So this is the one. So 42, just to make it easy for me to remember. Let's uncomment that line and save the file. And we can close this for now too. That. And if we require code examples for this display, we could just grab code examples here. So do we want to see UI widgets? Do we want to see buttons? And no. Do we want to see stuff for a certain display size? A rainbow. We can do that. So there are examples and lots of nice stuff in here. Let's close that so we have an easy overview of our little CPP. And then we're going to grab the rotor encoder test CPP. There's the user setup from fixing this one. And just copy this, all of this code. It's all selected. This just looks funny when you have the scroll thingy on top there. So copy, and then we move this over here, or copy, I guess. So now we have it here too, and this is here again. So it's time to do a first test and just to differentiate it from the existing code on here. Let's just put this as purple. Purple, the selected option. Let's make it TFT purple, right? So now the text will be purple instead of yellow. I'm also thinking it might be more visible. We can also do the inverted colors for that. We can just flip foreground background with a selected one. That will look ancient style though, right? And we could have a white background, but we want this not to be as visible. We have an image background. Would that be useful? I kind of try to be useful. So let's now go here, and we have all the upload and everything in the new project too. So and this is what is so nice, right? We don't have to do anything. Now these are just warnings. TFT ESP includes this and this and this. User setup select. H27. Libdubs users location from a previous definition. Yeah, I know there's some instructions actually deleted that file. One of them, and made the other one do the stuff. So 52 seconds for first full. Oh, the purple is not that visible, but we can see we have a new, very much new look on this, right? It's not yellow. There's a light purple. We can try that instead. So I think there's one of those. So no squigglies. Okay. Since it's so easy now, I don't have to unplug anything. It just works. So I will have to bring this along because I don't trust this to work from my laptop. We'll have to try that tomorrow too. That's one of the tests. Okay. There's no light purple. This way it's said. Here. Light purple is not declared in the scope. So what's the color name then? Dark cyan. Green, green, yellow, light gray, pink, purple, orange. Orange and green. Let's do orange. So yeah, so it's not that good with the squigglies either, or it would have worked. Doesn't update until you. So see if orange has enough light to be visible. So orange is visible for me, and it's kind of visible for you too, right? Ooh, that's hopping a lot. There, and now we have the text on 2 lines too. So text on 2 lines. So now we're going to paste the Wi-Fi scan and make a function. So yeah, let's remove the yellow. Yeah, I was thinking I saved purple, but I didn't because it was not good, right? So here we're going to make a function, or rather we're going to call the function here and then make it. So what did I call the function? The router encoder test. We're going to close this one, make sure it's saved, and close because it's done. We remove the code. And then we have the platform IO. We have gotten all we need from there. That's the info I know. So this is example code for an SD info executable from there. This is still interesting because I'm not making this for Thursday. I just thought this is something I could do show on Thursday, but as we had the limited time. So what version is this? Let's just close that. We want the pin information. We want all of the bits here. Yeah, we can take it all actually, because the commented bit at the end, it is one of the other functions. Like set it up as Where is the first line here? There. Here. Connect to access point your AP. Your AP, your password. Let's see. Configuring access point. Yeah, so it sounds like it's going to connect, but then it's setting up. I think this should be setting up an access point. Remove the password parameter if you want the AP to be open. Yeah. So this is setting up an AP access point, and we can have a fake network based on the names of the ones like close by. Yeah, it's this that I'm interested in here then. So if we uncomment the line that we commented in this, we will get that example in here. But right now it is commented, so it will not appear, right? And also here we have the warnings were all from this here. Let's see. This is anyway the thing that is marked as the warning. Touch CS pin not defined. Yeah. So when we add touch, if we do, then this will start not complaining. So it can be orange, it doesn't matter. I'm thinking if I paste it at the top, what's the organization here? So we have the names here. Because setup and loop are at the top. Do I like that? I don't really do. I kind of want them at the bottom. And now we're not going to send it through ChatGPT a million times, so we can just do whatever we want. I guess pasting this at the bottom is better because we want this comment to be at the bottom still. Then we need to move bits like this and up even more actually. Consts here Wi-Fi scan. So I do have set up and loop at the start of this one too. Yeah. So up there, and we're going to cut that and put it at the top, and then we'll merge these two. So I'm thinking constants. Yeah, let's just do this first. We have constants here before these. Let's put them under two. So first of all, we want this commented. We want duplicates removed. And we want ones that are with comments saved. And then we will add a Wi-Fi time and possibly this one in the future. Then let's move the defines to under the pin usage information. And there. Then we have defines for the other bit. This is okay. I didn't comment the whole line because I didn't comment include. Yeah. Because it wasn't actually doing anything, so I got it. Somewhere here. Yeah. So handle encoder, handle button, setup, and loop. So the Wi-Fi scan here. Let's delete the loop. We're going to have to move bits of this into the setup of this program, so we'll do one thing at a time. So the handle button, this is where we want to run this function, right? Then this bit will possibly be included in there. So setup, Wi-Fi scan, but it has its own stuff. So let's differentiate here. and C doesn't care about indents, so we can fix that later. Here's the setup bit. So let's cut the contents, delete that, and go up to our current one. And we could put the pins in a separate file. Maybe we should, because it's a lot of scrolling, right? Yeah, we have lots of SD stuff here. NTP setting, and here's the information about function. Here's about the other functions. So we'll need to merge more. But ChatGPT code, and now comes my code. Let's put it on top so we can. We're doing TFT init, and actually set rotation at 1. Suddenly putting a Swedish number in the middle of the English. Fill screen, and this one uses a TFT-BG, which is a nice choice. I like that, so let's. I don't like adding to an existing scope of pre-existing ones, though. Violet, that's what the light purple one's called, violet. So this bit is just for later when we finish the SD stuff. Config time GMT offset sec. Daylight offset sec. And server. So it's just so we have time, which something required. I don't remember what it was. And then we have the pin modes. And the setup ends with a draw menu, which it should not. Or we leave it there. We'll leave it there. And then everything that happens will happen within the handler of the buttons. Setup is not done here, and we don't need to print it as serial. We haven't even initialized serial. But we could use serial for debugging later if we want to. Oh, we did initialize serial. Well, okay, let's have debug info still there. And let's just put it when it's actually done. So, and the loop I already deleted for the old code. Little button, and here we have Wi-Fi scan. The bit from the other one, and this we have the there. So this one will actually be Wi-Fi access point, and then this is the code for that. And we will also have void Wi-Fi the auth. So to be run later, build later. And here is a line that, and this is what ChatGPT read, I think, and it changed the code, but it also changed everything. So maybe it just looked at what I was doing and grabbed some other code it had, because it didn't actually use any of my stuff, I think. Yeah. And I'm thinking we'll need to put this in a string, but for now, we're just going to hop to this screen. And we have the TFT BG. So all of these needs to be unindented. And we're going to remove that. And then we're going to remove the set cursor from there. And the text size here is useless as we're setting the text here. And text color, we have cyan here for some reason, and violet here. And I think I will go with my look for now. And that was just the default color. It's blue on the screen right now. If you see, this is the cyan. It's quite visible, but I think that the violet also was, and as I haven't changed it. So I selected it and then I didn't change it. I kind of like purple. Kind of. So this also, we have a set cursor, so, and do the stuff. So the selected text is also not interesting anymore. Let's actually remove cyan too. So the only change here is that we are using the background color instead, but we're not using the text color of the menu. So it should be menu foreground color now, right? Not foreground color for everything. So when the scan is done, we actually want to delay here. No. I want a wait for click here. That's what I want, right? So let's check this out and say that's not the one I wanted here. Oh, right. Now I know why it's not hopping up, because I moved it. And I want to add the functionality to my code, current code, the base loop is still I didn't fix the start of it. Code to add a wait for click functionality to exit the Wi-Fi scan screen. the base loop is still paste. And these functions are not changed from the last best working one. So as I'm not reading all its code now, let's actually fix the variables at the start so it's logical. We have defines, we have variables, then we have defines again. So we want these defines to be up there because the TFT and this is actually SPI. I think this is mostly just SD cards. Yeah. And yeah, encoder pins are consts too. Then we have the menu item, const, and we have button state. So all of this. I don't really like to have this. This and this needs to be together. Well, let's leave it there and let's just move it up over that one. And this one, I think we put at the bottom, right? And then we also have two more functions at the end. So there. So it just needs to know what functions there are. And as you can see, ChatGPT is just use global variables. This is not pretty code. I have also just used global variables for this. For it's just testing so far, right? Yeah, and also I would move stuff out into separate files, and yeah, we're just at the start. So also the SD stuff is half added, so I commented the lines because it wasn't finished. I was in the middle of doing that. And also, we're not supposed to delete this until we do a new scan. So let's actually move this line now because we don't need to delete it before we scan again. It will be in memory though then. But we might want to select one of these scans. Maybe we need a scan. Yeah, so I really want to have a variable that's a long string that contains all of the data about the network, so we can also print it later for the DOF. For maybe selecting an access point name. So file print line. That's where I started with that. And then I got to the problem. I need an SD card, and I was like, SD card reader. Do I have SD card reader? I need to check that these are empty before I write stuff. and it got kind of lost. So, and then I got sick. So we're getting there now. So Wi-Fi scan will be started, but we need to paste the line too. Let's just paste the line before the actual scan happens. So scan networks. So Wi-Fi will remember to scan. And this is the class itself. We haven't instantiated any object of this type or anything. It's just how it works. Move in case we want. Move in case we don't want, as we moved it now, to use the data. And then we have the handling of the buttons, the drawing of the menu. I should probably read these now. It's not that much code to read. Loop, draw menu, and then we have the initialization of everything. So we have serial, and this is why we had 9600 baud and platform IO here, because it needs to be the same. So that we can actually see the traffic. And then we have init of the TFT, setting the rotation of the TFT, filling the screen with black, and text color violet. Yeah, this is not interesting really here. So also we would need a comma. So let's actually search for text color because we don't want it to not be set. Let's just go with FG. I think FG is what it called it. Background and FG, right? Yeah. So it's like base set. And then we set these as pull-ups, but we only use this for the button as we have put resistors here. So we're going to there, because these are not necessary anymore. So this wasn't doing the job. Then we draw the menu. We serial print setup done. We can use more debugging through serial if we want to later. And let's do a quick look at the code. So we have all the code in my brain here. The draw menu, which is done at the stop of the. This is just one of the places it's done, obviously, because it changes all the time. Also, the current index will have been set to 0, and it's a global variable which keeps track of what's selected in the menu. And if the current index is that one, we will write with the highlight color instead of the foreground color. I'm assuming HLNFGR. And it will set the cursor to the next position where to write, which is a quite nice thing. So we don't do it before, but after. One thing that I liked in the old menu, that it had also an arrow showing what option. Maybe we should add that later. Then this wouldn't work at all. 20, 40 plus I times 25. and before it's setting cursor to 0. And I will go from 0. So this is useless. No, the first one will be there, which is the main menu text, but I'm not sure I want even. Let's try without it and see what it looks like. So this is a print line. That is why it's different. Yeah. I times 25. So 0 times 25 start with 40. So if we just remove 25 from this and put it further up, that should work. Which means 40 minus 25. So we have 15, and we instead put this actually before. It is before. What did I think? It's just setting the color before that. Yeah, but we want it still to be 15. Because we removed the main menu, right? So 15, 40 in case we add back the title. So yeah, so the menu is all fixed. Then we have the handle encoder. So we have 2 pins that are telling you stuff. And there's no delays in this thing, so it goes quickly, looping through its main loop. It might go into a function like the Wi-Fi scan, where it might pause when it is doing that, or we could change it to be synchronous, but currently it is just waiting. And this synchronous, I guess. So if so we save the A's, and at the end we save lost A as A. So if A is not the same value, then we do different things if A is low. And no, there's no high, because high is the default value. So it's just if something happened on A. Then we check if B is high. Okay. So depending on the value of B, if it is high or low, we go up or down. So it's not actually doing the same for B then. What if B was yeah, this is not totally pretty, is it? We could start with that if A is not lost A or B is not lost B. And then continue from there. But B may change. Well. If the current index is less than 0, Okay, so here's where it does the wrapping. Current index. No, I got a low battery from my air. So, yeah, so it wraps if it's gone over the top, up through the menu, it's -1. Then it sets it to the menu count. So is this hard coded? No. It's just setting it to the size of the menu. Yeah. The size of menu item 0. This feels like this should just be 1.
Have a great rest of stream. I'll send my Arduino adventures in the Discord. Gotta eat some food.
Oh, yeah. Do that. Send it in the Discord. And go grab some food. It's kind of time for me too to get some dinner, but I ate the rest of my lunch now. We'll just a little bit, but thank you for being here. I hope you get something out of it. So this is like very odd. So menu count, I'm assuming that's just the size of menu items, right? So this might be it thinking that maybe in the future we will have more menu items, sub-menus and stuff, right? But this is still the menu count for this. And why would we even want a const for this? We just want size of menu items. So I don't understand this. I'm actually going to comment this line. And let's make sure that all the red lines we get, we fix, right? So where's the red thing? No red? Well, I don't think it hopped to where I was, really. That's odd. So the place where I was in the code, because that's where it was, right? Menu items let's just do a search. Menu count. This is not what you usually have to do in IDE. It should like squiggly this, yeah. So we're pasting, oh. I want to copy that again. So we're going to replace this. I could have done a replace, but I want to check all the places, right? So we do size of menu items here. That should be good. And then we go here, and it is in 2 places. And if the math for this is slow, then we could save on this. But we have an ESP32. We don't have a PIC. We have quite a good processor here, right? We don't need to go crazy with making constants out of things. This will need to change as we build the program out, because it might not just be the size of, it will be the size of the current menu, and maybe the menu has a number. We don't know yet what we'll do. So it is time, before we do more changes, just to run this. I'm thinking no more changes. I'll read the rest too. So raw menu we already read. This is where I was. So it will hop to the size of menu items -1, because the size will not be counting from 0. It will be counting from 1. As the index is counting from 0, we will minus 1, right? And then we have current index is bigger or equals to the one bigger than the actual menu index. And then we set the current index to 0 because that's the first menu item. So that's the wrapping around. This is all, this bit is logic. This bit is not perfect logic because we're only looking at A first. What if B changes first and then A changes after? And if they don't change at the same time, just when A changes, A is not the last A that was read. That's the only thing when it's actually moving the position. If B changes and A doesn't change, then nothing happens. So really, I'm thinking I shouldn't change code yet, right? Because I need to have a checkpoint that this works. Here they redraw the menu as the index has changed. So I would really set a variable here called index changed. And I would have the same for B. And also set the variable to index changed to true for both of those. And we would also have a lost B. So handle button. Right. So this is just the logic of what happens, but it is with millis too. But it's just really if it's a long press or not. And it's just the button press because it's called handle button. So of course, yeah. But what about press time millis? Yeah, it is just that. And it will say button pressed false after having done the thing. So what I am looking for is like some kind of debounce for this is actually quite quick, and what if one of my mouse clicks actually clicks twice? And I don't think there's anything like that here. We will probably get a problem with this when we add stuff. And maybe the Wi-Fi screen, well, that is slow. It starts running stuff that's not possible by a click. Yeah. We're going to do this and see if there's still a red stuff. Comma. Yeah, I'm sure we don't need a comma there. Too few arguments in function call. Right, it's supposed to be comma input. It's just the pull-up bit. That's extra. So let's actually change the comment to be there. So, did I do anything else? Buggy. Why is this orange? Because we have a search and that's the only place it is. And why is it not commented? I undid for some reason there, right? So now we only have a comment with the menu That's why we didn't get errors. I was looking for errors, but then I just searched instead. Okay, so let's go here and let's upload and see what happens. And hopefully our menu system will now produce a Wi-Fi scan using the ESP32's network. Redefinition. Yeah, so I forgot to remove one of the lines. So come on, can I double click this? No, control click. So yeah, double definitions. Since this is ChatGPT's code and this is mine. SD card setup. Use the same format and upload. I missed one of the double lines. See if I missed any others. So let's see. What? So how long have I been streaming? For almost 4 hours. So I've been doing some stuff at least, right? Some useful stuff. So, so we're having a bit of the power issues. So I'm going to plug this in and pull this one out. Okay, it's not a power issue. It's actually writing the screen white for some reason. Well, that's good. Then we pull it back and we look at the code. Well, it might be both. So let's start it the good way. So we don't have any lights. There's no lights on. Oh shit. That's because it was not on the power supply and I plugged in the wrong one. So yeah, we're still having a blink. So if I start scrolling on this, nothing is happening at all. So, but we can see the menu is in the correct position. The menu header has disappeared and we just have the alternatives. The colors look good. It's just going white sometimes. So I should probably put this one like behind here so I don't plug the wrong one in. So we're going to have to fix the code. No, it's just white. That's a normal way it is when I don't have power for it extra. So let's first check for we have the draw menu here, right? Draw menu is what draws the menu, but fill screen, I don't do that in the draw menu anymore. So if we just uncomment this line, and it will always make it black every time it draws the menu. I don't think this will affect it, but it's a good test. We have squigglies on print line. What did I do? Invokes undefined behavior. It's one odd thing to happen. I'm thinking we will do a serial debug. It's actually it's the exact same way, right? Something off is happening here. Let's just make it stop. So, first of all, I did do a big change. I did do a big change, commenting the line, calculating the number here. Where is it? The menu count. I have a hard time seeing this as a problem, as it would be a problem with the scrolling up and down. I couldn't scroll up and down though, so it might be it totally crashing, going white because of this. I don't see why this possibly could be good. But let's add back menu count and debug this way. So we're going to first of all copy this, and we'll Control H that with this, like a replace, in other words. And we're going to search for the next position of it and do a replace one, replace one, replace one, and we have the old code back. So we only have this in one place, and it is with the actual old calculation. So let's go back and see if this was the problem, and it crashed it somehow. Maybe there's a bug in size of menu items that makes you have to do the divided by, this should be 0, size of one of the menu items. Oh. So size of menu items, would it give all the characters? No, because this would be different for all of them, right? Oh. Sorry. Uploading without plugging the cable in, that's a good one. That's a good error to get. It's very easy to fix. So it's quite slow writing now. More data. It's grabbing stuff from the Wi-Fi header file. And let's see here. Wrote bytes at. So what I want to see too is how filled up it is, the memory. RAM, 14.2% used, flash, 61.2% used. So we might actually reach max on the current chip. It has 4 megs flash. I think the new ones have 16. I don't remember which number switch there. So we found the problem. It was my change. I just don't know why it is dividing. So I'm going to ask ChatGPT, because this was ChatGPT's line. So why does it divide by size of menu item 0, which is Wi-Fi scan? I think I know. So size of might be, oh, it's probably the memory type kind of thing. It still sounds odd. Like say that size of gives us such an odd thing. It actually says for you, 20U. Yeah, let's ask ChatGPT about this line. Let's ask this question first. I want to add the functionality to my current code to wait for a click functionality. To exit the
Dylan
Wi-Fi
Kaiser
scan
says,
screen.
Hey.
Hello, welcome back. For example. So we're making a little thingy. So we can quite buggily hop through the menu. Sometimes it's better, sometimes it's and select stuff. Actually, we didn't actually do the scan. Let's do the scan. It's in there now for the first time. So
That's
scanning.
Cool. I'm working on an Active Directory home lab.
Ah, nice. So I think it needs to change the font size. So apparently I commented or deleted one line too much because it's supposed to be font size 1 there. Active Directory. That's always fun. Wi-Fi, for example, the width of a still and the functions are not changed from the last best working one. Changed much. Just actually starting the Wi-Fi scan. So the thing here is that if we now rotate the button, if we click, nothing happens. Well, it's actually still on the same menu option, so it does the scan again, but we were actually in the menu. Let's see if it's done again. So we're in the menu, we just can't see it, right? So if I scroll, it'll show there. So I don't want to have like 1 second delay and then I want to click, and that's why we're asking it here. The thing is that the functionality for reading the encoder was very simple, but also it is only checking A for changes and not B. So I am thinking maybe that'll fix it to add B too. So A and B are two signals that it seems like it's doing like one for a longer time in one direction and the other in the shorter time, and the other for the other one. So nice. Here's a tiny non-blocking modal wait for click option you can drop into your sketch. I hate that they call it sketch. It doesn't use delay, works with your existing handle button loop, handling encoder flow, and consumes the next short button press to the rest of your menu code doesn't react to it. More global variables. I'm going crazy on this a bit. Yeah, so it's non-blocking, which is not what I wanted. I wanted it to be blocking. So now I actually asked for a blocking thing. But maybe we will have stuff. No, while we're scanning networks, we won't have stuff received in the background, will we? Yeah, no, this is not. This time, my request was for a blocking function to call. For hopping back to the menu. Thinking, I hate it. I don't want it to think or say thinking. That's even more offensive. It's so slow. And I don't want this version, right? I want the old one. Okay, let's continue. Okay. Okay, we can go back to that tab. All right, yeah. I was searching for the function. Oh, used by Wi-Fi deauthor, but we didn't actually read the deauthor code yet. The code Wi-Fi utils functionality. So we have the header file up where I found this, and then we have Wi-Fi data. Wi-Fi utils. Scan the Wi-Fi list. Oh gosh. Yeah, of course it's short. It's just a header. I was like, what? It's already ending. So it's just saying what functions are in there, of course. So here's the change Mac. And here we have the actual stuff. Not too long either. Return MAC address. Oh, because it was private. If a random MAC enable is in a change MAC address, which is just next here. Else is in it true. Return is in it. So it returns a MAC from init. that's like not pretty to me. Well, so change MAC. MAC 6 uint 8t random scene analog read. Wi-Fi star. ESP Wi-Fi set MAC. Wi-Fi if star MAC ESP okay. Wi-Fi MAC address. Well, you know this. So this must be a function from the header files. I'm thinking from ESP Wi-Fi because it's ESP Wi-Fi set Mac. And we didn't try including this yet. So let's see if ChatGPT is finished, because I kind of want to finish one thing before going to the next. Got it. Here's a simple plugin for technical. When you want Sketch to wait, still Sketch, until the user presses Sketch. I'm going annoyed on it, so let's focus on the wrong thing. Is sketches Arduino Studio and have the extension .ino. We use .cpp files, FYI. Then we'll actually answer whatever it is. It does not use delay. It pulls a button in a tight loop and yields so the OS stays happy. And it debounces the press properly. It returns which kind of press happened, short, long. No. I just want short. Please. So let's and no response. Well, I don't know what function it made. Wait for click. Yeah, I kind of thought so. And no response, but just to return. Come on. So here's a clean CPP that blocks until the short button press and simply returns no return value, no printing. So since I have not read the code, we'll see if this is consistent with this previous code. While digital read button equals low yield. Wait for fresh press. Full pressed equals false, while not pressed. Button pin. Yeah, low. Delay microseconds. Okay. And it says 20. Yeah,
VR
milliseconds.
Mechatronics says, "You won't believe it, in Poland the court has released all 18 plus streams from paying moms with a final judgment. 18 plus is VAT free."
What? So streams that are not 18 plus, they are with VAT then? That sounds very crazy. I can't imagine what is 18 plus
Yes.
and what is not. But it sounds stuff you might not even want. Well, not pressed. So this is not a big delay, it's a tiny one. And digital read button pin low. Because we're just looking for the pin. It's actually debouncing this. Wait for release. Yeah, that's good. It's just a bit long. and then also yield. Yeah, okay. And calling it wait for click when we use underscore as the naming convention. Well. We can optimize this and make a better version, but let's just put it now after handle button so it is in a logical place. And avoid triggering on an old press. Oh, okay, we can leave that. So let's just fix the name. Should fix all the names. Wait for click. I kind of like this kind of naming, right? But all the other stuff here is not this naming convention stuff. Or we have draw menu too, of course, but Wi-Fi scan, Wi-Fi decode, Wi-Fi access point. We have set rotation though in all these. Let's just undo this. It's just too much work for nothing. So let's just wait for click. In the end of the Wi-Fi function, which is actually after this. Here. So semicolon save, and it is not right. Good. So let's see if we upload this. I forgot something. We also need to clear the screen because otherwise the menu will not be pretty. So we're going to add emptying of the screen there. One space as an indent. What crappy stuff is that? Let's see here. We have so that one is supposed to be one more indent. It was just a bug that kind of followed there. So now we have to upload again because it was actually, it would have looked like it did a bit ago. Let's remove this one. So, making it look more clean for the demo. So, scanning. Oh, I forgot the font size. Let's fix that. Set text font. It is setting the font size. Oh, it's changed the scale. Oh. I'm changing the font. It changed the size of the font, which is not really a functional thing in these. so it doesn't fit because it's too big. So what we want to use is not to set the size, but to set font. And we'll see if that's better. I could search for font for size. There's in several places. Size of size of size. Good. Nothing with font. I didn't search for size though. No, it's not key sensitive. Good. So I'm thinking maybe I want to take a few photos. So it did change, right? Because we might want to test more fonts. So we set here the font to 2 and then to 1. 1 is quite tiny. We can look at this though, because this will look more like intended. Scanning is kind of tiny there now. And then we can see the text. The scanning is bigger because it is font size 2 or font 2, and the other is font 1. And maybe we want like font 4 or something. In my notes, I actually have screenshots of the fonts. Let's look. So, hardware.
I need to make a CAN platform for streams and earn big $bucks euro.
Yeah, do that. Do that. So where are the font sizes for? It's probably in platform IO fonts. So here I think I have screenshots. No, that's not the right one. No, it is. It's just here. So 4 is probably the one to use for menus, as the other are numeric. It's just nothing but 5 doesn't even show, and 7 I knew was numeric. So 4 is the big one, like menu size font. So for the scanning text we're using 2, and for the actual output of the scan, here, scanning is 2, and the scan itself is 1. And now I'm going to click the button and see if this function works. So it is black because I emptied screen, but it does not show menu. So I need to draw the menu there too. So we have 2 things to fix. We need to add the draw menu here. Is it called draw menu? I kind of want to have a list of the functions. So if I could like expand here and see the function names, this is not as useful really. Draw menu. So Wi-Fi scan, maybe I should change that naming to this instead. So there's the draw menu, and we want to put it here because we are back in the menu, and that's what will happen when we scroll. But we also want the draw menu to actually use the right font size. So we need to go back to draw menu here and change this to 4. So we don't want to scale the fonts because they go blurry, right? It's pixels. So we want to use a tiny font for the tiny stuff, and instead of changing the font size, we change the font we use. They don't have that much difference, the fonts. It's just that, you know, this one is tiny. And you can also use other fonts like load them in, but these are the fonts that are in there. So, dear, I guess we upload it again. So, I'm thinking that maybe this is good enough for now, because I need to do photos, a presentation, and I really want to show like the pieces of Lego you can use. And for this one we have the buttons, right? So buttons, and so I might bring this one too to show we can use buttons, or I just take another breadboard and just put bits on there to show the pieces of Lego we can use. Looking for more Lego pieces here. Do we have any good Lego pieces here, right? These are too tiny. I was thinking like, but this is sticky too. Yeah. This one won't fit. Oh gosh. So I'm thinking sensors. LEDs are quite obvious, right? I can grab the LED. I have them tempered glass. So there. So LEDs are nice, and this one already had the resistor on it. So yeah, I made one leg shorter so I can easily see. Oh, so now we have. What do you think about this font size? Oh gosh, that's hard to see. I don't know. Maybe you think the other one was better. We can use the other one. Or we use this Wi-Fi scan. So let's do one more ChatGPT thing. It would be kind of cool to have that snake game option working, right? And be let that be the start option, and you have to long press to get out of there, to get to the menu or something. And long pressing at any time would hop it to the game. Let's make a very simple snake game for the snake game menu option. So the thing is, I have 10 to 15 minutes, so this will be cool. Not now, but then to present. So, border around the screen that we die if we hit. No, the screen. The screen. It knows how it is, right? The base of it. We die if we hit the border or our own body. It knows Snake Game basics, so there should also be stuff to pick up. Here's a minimal self-contained Snake Game with your ESP32. Let's adopt it works in your rotary encoder and button. Rotate to turn right, left. Exactly. Right. So now when it's not working perfectly, that is a bit of a problem, right? But we don't have to be good at the game. And what if it does a double one? Yeah, we need to get those turns working, right? Button press to exit back to menu. Game ends if the snake hits a wall or itself. It is designed to fit right into your existing menu structure, but still it has a full menu when it includes. So it's not the whole code. Yeah. The game is the first thing you see when starting a long press will exit it at any time after dying. My god, whatever. That sounded like colors. I can't spell dying. After dying, we see a start a new game screen on which we can click the button to start the game again. We see our point, our score, and we start a new game. Start a new game. We see, come on, how many spaces did I have there? A start a new game screen with well, if I copied it, I should paste it too. With our score lost and the top score. Lost score top where we can click a button to start the game again. So I see it saying score, where we see score. Start a new game. There it happened again. Switched keyboards without wanting to. Click start a new game. Click 2. Start a new game. That's obvious from that. Long clicking here will also go to the menu. So we didn't even look at this game, but this is just details that it should be able to fix this from its old code. So I'm thinking I will put some components, some different things we can use to Lego pieces on a separate breadboard. Here's a full version with those behaviors implemented cleanly. It starts immediately. Yeah, I hoped for that to happen earlier, but I haven't been quick enough to ask stuff. Here's a full version of those behaviors clearly. And now we can just ask it, please redo this if we get bad code. A long press hold 700 at a time. Exit to your menu. On that, show score X. Click to start a new game. A short press restarts the game. A long press exit to the menu. All without using delay. A short game over fade. Okay, that's a nice touch. I can accept. Extern TFT, ESP32 TFT. I don't think that's how we've done that now. So let's actually close that. So that's the other one. So it grabs some code from somewhere. So it's like stealing using ChatGPT. Cell size each. Grid, long press, MS. And non-click type. I thought so. No, I thought about adding score, but then I would want it to be saved too. So why add these lines here, and also those, because those are Or actually, let's many items, button state, long press time. So this is interesting that we get these just next by each other, because long press MS and it had already a long press time. And it was an unsigned const before. And now it is a define. Snake game stuff. So obviously these shouldn't be in the same file. And this is just ugly code. ChatGPT crap code tests. And how did it end up there? I was just pressing VOID. Interesting. So click type. Wait for click. So it returns one of those. Yeah. And that's a snake game. Okay. So we will have to change. Oh. Here's the old wait for click, which was void. But it was not up here, right? Because it's used in the functions after it only. So I didn't actually add it. Yeah. So let's check out the wait for click. We can have two in this way, so definitely why would we want the old one for no reason? The old, I think. This one had all the delay microseconds and stuff. I don't think this one has much, so. And I don't think I've edited this. So let's just delete it. I think it was after the button. Wasn't it? Setup, loop, draw menu, handling code or handle button. Wait for click. I guess we fix these. It's just so ugly to have different naming conventions in the same thing. Ah. So, well, leave it there. No, I'm not tired at all. So I'm gonna put this one at the bottom, which will be a scrolling nightmare, but it's a logic bit to do, the logic thing to do, isn't that? Oh gosh. Stupid thing. It can't use new names for things that are already existing. It's called Enc A pin and Enc B pin and button pin. Button pin. That's the only one of those I was actually called. Okay, but this is in the base, and they're already bundled up. Why have this in the function? Let's set up stuff. Well, true. Yeah, it is a game. Well, okay. Does it have the yield thing? Yeah, it does. Okay. So, it's drawing a rectangle in green. That's okay. It's making a string max. It's point snake max length. Yeah, I was thinking it would add food. So, ink a pen. So interesting if it will have better controls than the actual thing. That would be interesting. And if it's much worse, it would be impossible to play. Oh, there it's the same. It's the same thing. It's just checking A. And it's not checking B first. And it's saving lost A. This is going to be frustrating to playing with this control. Maybe I should go back to using arrows instead. So these wouldn't be placed like this, it would be like this, right? And then you could control the little game and the menus without being frustrated on the button. I was thinking this was a great idea until I realized that this one is just as bad as all the stuff I already have that doesn't work good, like my heater and the washing machine and other stuff. Oh, rotary encoder are just crappy. Maybe it's that it's 20 steps all circle. Maybe we could get one that's like less. 10, 8. So you could, I mean, it's not far to turn. So we can control the menu, kinda. We can kinda control the menu. So if we click, we go back to the menu, which works now, right? We kinda can control the menu, but down, 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 down. It hopped back up, down. Ah, and this is actually orange. It looks yellow in the camera. Down, 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 down. So controlling a game with this. So also we want to start with this, not the menu now. So let's see how it exits. If long click return, go back to menu. And that's why it has the while true. Oh, let's try it. Let's try it. So what we need to do is actually start it. So in the here, we would actually just add it before here. And this line should actually be here because that's where the setup is finished. And then before the draw menu, we're going to put the game because it starts there now. And then it hops into the loop. So we'll stay for a bit in the setup. And if I just remembered what it's called, function, which I did not actually add here. Let's call it snake game. And let's check if that's what it called it. Snake game, yeah. What else to call it, right? So we just want to make sure that we start the snake game on the 0, 1, 2, 3, 4th option of the menu or it will be funny. So in the button, little button, we need a if else if. There. Did I say for? I kind of don't like having a space between the if, but it's all like that, so 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's just the examples that we did. So if this works now, I'm kind of surprised, but also glad, because then we have this. I don't really care about this, how this looks. It's just we could add stuff later. Just have something to demo, right? So yeah, I wonder if this was the best version we had of the menu controls. We'll see. So I added this. It's a red LED, by the way. just to show stuff. Yeah, let's just press upload. Because I want to go to the next thing. And it is 22, so I need to go say goodnight to my kid. Time flies. It's already 5 hours. I started so late, but that's because I was so tired. Farewell, Elf. Cool. And again, I think we have enough power from the computer. Oh, it started scanning. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Meaning we removed the press, right? You shouldn't have been using that one anyway. YouTube error. YouTube is not receiving enough. What? So, what's wrong? Something wrong with YouTube. Let's debug. So something with my network generally, because Twitch hopped down to 720 it seemed. I'm just gonna go check if my family is doing something. I'm gonna go say goodnight to my kid too. So. Finish goodbye. So good love. Har du lagt i för länge sedan eller?
No, just a little bit ago.
Okay. Så gott det ska ge. Labben sover också.
Yeah, he's been sleeping for like an hour or two.
Linus lägger sig labben och sover i en timme.
Labben sov ju när jag kom hem.
Gjorde han det?
Ja. Nej, det gjorde han inte. Nej, han somnade.
Han somnade ganska nyss.
Han stod ju vid jord när jag kom hem.
Han måste äta mer, men han måste också lära sig mat äta man på dagen. Så jag tänker inte väcka honom och säga nu kan jag göra mat till dig. Utan han får liksom...
Ja. Jag hörde att du hade pratat med henne om åka till
landet.
Jag frågade om man kommer fråga. Jag sa till Linus att då får du kolla upp att om det är någonting du behöver ha tvättat.
Och Labans första fråga var hur gör vi med flytten med datorer? Det var bra. Och så är det vi gör så vi försöker göra det klart innan. Och hinner inte det så gör vi klart det där. För då kommer vi ha bra fokustid. Jag kommer inte orka jobba hårt. Yes, det måste vi ändå göra sen. Det är det vi säger till oss själva. Vi måste ändå ha med en skärm till hans laptop nu. Jag får öppna den så till hårddisken sitter på.
Jag tycker det är bättre att han ska ha en.
Men den här gången är det jättebra läge att se till att den blir klar och så. Och man har dedikerad tid. Så det blir bra. So I'm just coming downstairs with a plate. And I think I might. This was my lunch. So quick stationary. There's no way. Oh, I'm so tired. Maybe I will do Oh gosh, yeah. That's how water. Oh, the bottom and my hubby bought some tasty stuff. So let's see how much milk. Oh, that's not very much. So I'm just putting butter on to get some butter. That would be better. Should I have something on? Ice cream. That sounds nice, right? Ice cream on totally fine. As tomorrow I will be running to school, I might be doing another test run. Alright, I should ask and also what is the connection type over there? So I'm trying to put more butter on. We usually have very thin butter. I can to get energy from the food. That's kind of the point, right? Meatball salad. Meat is sour, please. But if I have a plate, I want space. Nah, this is good. Yeah, right. We can see the scanner worked fine. The question is, why did it start to scan? I'm thinking because it clicked the button, right? First menu option in the menu has been clicked. Did I type wrong? Current index 0, which is what it starts as. The Wi-Fi scan. Else. I'm thinking we need to serially debug the button. The whole handle encoder and handle button. So let's just pull up the there it is. It just a setup done, right? But we can send information at any time. Why don't we have text here? So undo, undo. Undo, 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 undo. I made this last. And before that, I added that. And before that, Ctrl Y, Ctrl Y, Ctrl Y. Okay, so it never added it. And why? It's like I have to go back and check what on earth I was doing. So, what happened there too? Oh, bad keyboard. So, I had to keep Control Shift clicking to get back to my normal keyboard, which is not a good thing. Ha! It had a click there too. So it thinks that I'm clicking. Long click. And we got the menu. Yeah, so that worked. Only it didn't move the snaking.
Thesiat says, "Hi, fixed it. How's the hardware hacking going?"
So, we're having some problems because I asked ChatGPT to make a snake game for us, like a hide this thing. And somehow, let's reset it.
Vibe coding Kappa.
Yeah, so it's supposed to not stop the game when I turn this, but actually turn. So if I long click though, it goes to the menu which it's supposed to be. So we can do a Wi-Fi scan now. Detecting local Wi-Fi's. Now, so I have a tiny talk on Thursday where I'm gonna like try to inspire people to do this thing, you know. So I wanted something demo-y. But this was a project that I started before I got sick, so now I haven't had time because I lost like 1.5 month ish. So I thought I would have gone a bit further. But it's just short, it's like 10-15 minutes, so it's not like we'll have time to talk a lot either. So that's supposed to work, yeah. So if we go down to the snake game now. Oh! I could actually... And now we get a good font too. And now when I turn, there's a bug. Let's ask ChatGPT to fix it. So, when I rotate the bottom, the game instantly stops. The long press and short press work to get to the menu and to start the game again. The first game after having been to the menu, I could make turns. Let's see if we can repeat that, by the way. So we have to check font size and stuff. One, back pressed because it thought, yeah. We need to draw the menu there. So if we go to the snake game, now, no, it instantly, yeah. So it's something else. I thought it was a one game. I could make turns, but not in any of the others. I could make a few turns. So we're having problems with the rotary encoder. So how are you doing, Shayat? And by the way, everybody, we need to shout out Shayat. Doing great cybersecurity streams and has lots of stuff on YouTube. So why the shy hat? Are you shy? Yeah.
Thanks for the shout out.
Yeah, of course. So let's see what it says. I see exactly what's happening. Oh yeah. I don't know if I believe that, but and so the same with long press check and the while digital read button pin low. The long press check is blocking the encoder reading. That's why rotating the encoder instantly stops the game. The code thinks you're holding the button when it's just pulling the pins
It
up
used to be
shortly.
Sci-Hat, like Cyber-Hat. But it's easier to have a name that's all real words, so it's the Shy Hat.
Ah, okay. So it's actually Sci-Hat. Okay. So it's really the Cyber Hat then. Yeah, just pulling the pins too slowly or misreading. I don't believe that these button pins will actually. Yeah, I think it's wrong. We need to separate the button long press detection from the encoder rotation. That I can agree on. Hold both continuously. Remove the blocking while digital read button pin low inside. Use non-blocking timing to detect long presses. Oh my, non-blocking stuff. I've just been asking it to do that all the time. Pull the encoder every iteration. Here's the corrected version snippet for inside your game loop. So I'm just gonna pull this one to the other screen. And let's hop over to that code. So that's the new one. And bottom. So okay, so it has added a button press false, or we have it. No, those are global variables. Annoying, but So this is a big mess of a mix of my stuff and its stuff. False, this is the same line. Unsigned, okay. Let's just add another and assume that. No. This is the wrong one, isn't it? No, it was 700. Yeah, this is the snake game stuff. That's the button stuff. So I guess we put it here. It's just added to variables. 2 more. Yeah, I should kind of make this myself instead. But I don't have time because I have a wanted demo on Thursday. Something simple. Like, it doesn't have to be the perfect game for that. It's just something to show the thought. So, snake game. Inside snake game loop, which is here. Real read. Digital read. Digital read. So, A, B. A lost A. A, B, do. This is identical. I'm just checking. Lost A. And then we have move snake. And it has button handling. Button state. Okay, I think it's just added a bit. Not modified, which is odd. Because... oh no, it missed the last line. So... here we have the terms. And the button before. Wait for click. Yeah, after the game ends. So it just forgot to add it before, even though I asked it to. Did it? Well, let's try uploading. And then maybe I'll take a few photos. Oh, redefinition of bool button pressed. Yes, we have an error. My God. Can't you just hop to the line? Do we have to actually read 101? That's long. Okay. So where's the first button pressed? Let's just search for this. Yeah. So why did it add this line again? Because it wanted me to add this line there. That's such a odd thing. Why do we have a squiggly? No, it's no longer redefinition because the line is not there. Yeah, it doesn't update. I don't think it's code itself, it is the platform IO stuff. So code is innocent. Being bad there. But platform IO is great. It's so great. So did you see the game starting there? That was me being bad, I think. No, it's still doing the same thing. It still was bad. Yeah. Let's do a few more tries. Huh. Yeah. Should I give it the whole code? Let's do that. Okay, okay. Now I got away because I moved the tab. And it's in my whole screen because I wanted to compare. We still have the same error. Here's the full code. Please give line numbers to make changes. And then we better paste. I can see exactly where Snake stops when you wrote it in coder. The main culprit is line 399 in your snaking function. If did the read button pin low? Isn't this? Okay, maybe I shouldn't have pasted the whole thing. This is what it just added, right? It's what it just added. This is a non-blocking version. So let's read this. Not button first and button state low. So it's saving button state first. Button press true. Press on mill list. Else So if button pressed and button stayed high, meaning the click is stopped. And then long held mill is press start. If held long press mill is return to exit. So it's ignoring still the.
Pandatong says
123
Hi,
sextillion
Panda.
456 quintillion 789 quadrillion 1 trillion 123 billion 456 million 789,001.
So
Don't gimme that look, Sophia.
you're the one playing with the TTS.
You've missed me.
Yeah, we want you here, Panda. We want you here, of course. So how's everything going, by the way? Except for you having some odd spammer in your chat so far. You all good? So let's just read that number because
Just been
I think
busy
it
at work,
was
nothing exciting, lol.
399. I don't think 399 is the right number. Okay, yeah. So work still not giving you any vacation for several years? Or how you got that fixed now? I'm hoping it's fixed. So I know that this was the start of the button handling routine, right? So this is the bit that it wanted me to replace, but it also replaces the rest of what it just added. So not just that bit. Replace this block with this. If did read. No, that's not here. So this bit. But this is a button handling. Sometimes I just hate ChatGPT. So let's think instead of this. Digital read button pin. First of all, where is this? Where is this even at? I mean, it's called yeah, BTN pin. Maybe I renamed it? It also had a button pin. Actually, button pin. But I sent it all the code now, right? So now it has the correct names. Yeah. I mean, it sent both names. It was its code. So here we have digital read of button pin again. And there we have digital read of button pin. And as its line number was way off, because we're not on line 399. Let's comment. So this bit here, I'm going to paste this other bit over it. And we'll see how much difference it is, right? So paste. I could have done it just under it too. There. So we have button state. This is the same, right? True, millis, high, false. So the only problem, because it's no, undo, redo, redo. Button handling, non-blocking long press. Yeah, and the comment was the same too. Yeah, just one undo there. So I was looking for what to remove, right, when we added this. And it is this bit. So we'll delete this. And we save and we upload. And I want something to eat. Maybe ice cream. Maybe ice cream. Touch is not activated. That's weird. It's yellow. Warning. Fail not to find. So, counting from when I woke up. Or no, from last time I ate pain pills. So it is. And from 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. So what time is it now? 22:30. So I can eat paracetamol now and the other in like an hour. Because my tummy is not mega happy. So what do you think? It started with a game. Apparently it also stopped. I'm so surprised it's not working. So one thing that could be happening is that it's actually turning 1, 2, 3 times instantly and stopping the game from that. It's still not working. Maybe the snake turns 3 times and dies. Bad keyboard again. Question mark? Yeah, also this. And this was supposed to be a dash. Can use serial debugging. You know. And not how to guess. What's up? Why did I do a question mark? Because what's up is like a question. I think that that's when it feels like so happening. Oh, you agree with me? That's so surprising. The encoder points to the snake direction. Let's add some serial debugging so we can track encoder readings, direction changes, snake head position, button press timing. Here's a small snippet that can put inside a snake games loop, replacing the current encoder and the button handling. Guess that I will duplicate that. So we can have it in both screens, because of course duplicating it does the open new one. Whatever. It says we're out of GPT-5 again. It just said that a bit ago, didn't it? So I was hoping we were actually not using GPT-5. So now maybe we could get a reasonable answer. I know I keep repeating that, but I really think that's true. But the new one is so much worse. So let's check. Compare side by side here. Snake game. And encoder third section with debug. So where do we have the digital reads? Here. And instead of this, it is using a serial printer. So we could just add that line because there, that's a debug line. A-B direction. The thing is that what if B is not lost B? And, well, then we have button state, and it has added a few lines. Let's see. Also unsigned. Then we have a serial line. There. Button pressed, held, and the serial before the return. Yeah, this is also not pretty. We need to add parentheses here. Better put both at the same time. And oopsie. And snake had debug. So draw snake. Snake X, snake Y. Where could this possibly be? Good place. It's just no lines next to it as the other one was. So it's calculating X and Y. Collisions. Food. So I guess after here will be good to see where the snakehead is. So snake 0, X and Y should be calculated here. Oh, we are in an F here. So we might, yeah, because otherwise, and then in the end of this, it will set a new last move. No, it sets it instantly. And that's the actual move. And then it's just doing checks for game over and stuff. And we can print this before. And if it's supposed to eat, then it will actually draw it. Or should we just print it out if we draw it? Whatever. It doesn't matter. Let's see if we get some nice serial data here.
30 raiders from Invoke Reversing have joined.
I'll catch you tomorrow. Gotta wrap up some stuff at work. Have a lovely night.
Fixerbot says.
Ah, Panda, see you
Welcome,
tomorrow.
Raiders. Invoker Versing brought 30 friends to the party. Go drop them a
Thank
follow.
you very much for the raid. IR. And yeah, so we're playing some stuff with the little hardware. So I asked ChatGPT to make a snake game that we can hide the Wi-Fi scanning and deal thing and stuff that we're going to add to this behind, like a little. And also I have a short talk on Thursday. So it was like, let's do this quickly and ugly. And
New
I
follower
mostly want to
Kool-Aid.
show like
Less than
Legos.
3.
Legos for adults, that's what I call this, right? So this is an earlier version where I used arrows, and now we're using a rotary encoder, and that's not so good, really. Do you have a dishwasher where you turn the knob and it's like, oh, nothing happening, click, 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 nothing happening, and then click, it hops 3 steps instead? That's how mine works. That's how my heater works. And when I worked in an electronics company consulting, they had a mega expensive thing for testing stuff, and you turned between the programs and it was like the same thing, you know. So now we're trying to turn a worm in a Worms game with that kind of controller. So the rotary controller with the click button, right? So controlling a menu if it skips one option, fine. So now we have a little snake game here, hopefully. So as soon as I turn, it stops the game. But sometimes it works a few times. But also it did do 2 turns, right?
New follower PR0CRA108 or max. Less than 3.
This is both the rotary encoder, because if we use these for, this is like up and down in the menu, select option and back. We could use these, put them in a little square, make a little up, down, sides. So maybe this is what I'll have to go through for later. But I have, for this display, it arrived in this little box, and I made a little hole here. So we can put the display here. And it also has touch, so we could use the touch too. But I kind of think if you want a physical pen test tool that you're going to be clicking on, or like, and it's dark and you want to do something quickly, maybe you don't want to, oh, let's get the pen in this tiny display and let's try and hit that thing. Rotary encoder, up, down, click. I was like, that sounds so nice, right? Let's get some more of those, and from AliExpress. But I might have to go back and maybe we'll put some buttons and or make a new box. And VR sent me a 3D printer. So, but I got sick. So I got pancreatitis. Inflammation in the pancreas is, I've like lost a month and plus. And also I would have had time to do this better if not for that. So let's see. The thing is, short click should start the game, which is just really a fake thing that I don't care much about, but we'll have to, yeah, let long press now. And when we release that, we're in the menu. So now we can do a Wi-Fi scan, and it's scanning for Wi-Fi's. There. And also we should click now, so we should get back to the menu. There. And the button works in the menus. Okay, so we go up, 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 up. So lots of working ones there. Down, 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 down. Sometimes it hops back. So it's a little bit funny, but it's, let's say it's much better than our heater, because it's, you, every time you touch the roll wheel there, it goes to a random thing. So it's like, random thing, oh, it's on the right one, click. It's really like that. So at least it's not, it's better than my heat in the house, which is quite amazing, I guess. Anyway, so we can also start, let's start with the snake game, because it's supposed to be hidden thing in this. And there we had a lot of not working menu hops. I'm trying to go down to the bottom alternatives there, and it keeps hopping up. So definitely not perfect. And there we have no snake. So there's another. Ooh. And it wasn't actually in the game now. We were in the menu again. So if we do like some other menu, it just says the index and what was selected, and then we're actually in the menu. So it's not clearing the screen or anything. This is very buggy. So every time I click now, we just get a new candy to eat. I guess I will have to do something myself, but not now, right? Maybe I'll just scrap this bit of it. Should we see if we can make ChatGPT fix it? So yeah, this is a project I found with the author, so we can use this later to add a DO option. But let's move this tab back. And yeah, right. I remember what I asked it to add serial. So just when you rated, we
hello.
the new version on there.
Translated from Romanian.
Hello. So I asked it. I said like, yeah. So we do have serial, right? We can like monitor serial. We can know what's happening instead of just guessing. So it's in the snake game or not. So now it's working again. Because I haven't been to the menu with a long press. And we need to debug for other stuff than snake game. So if I go to the snake game, and now we don't have anything. So long press is detected. Exit to menu, it should say. But we don't have anything there. It's actually in the menu. So there's a variable not being reset. So it's exiting it once, I'm assuming. Let's see. So what is it setting to exit? Long press. Long press detected exit. And then it's returning. But next time it goes in there, it's just exiting it once before it even draws the snake. So it draws the snake later here. So it's not doing anything. It's just exiting. Meaning when it gets in here next time, there's something that's still thinking game over maybe. But it's just using return. So Millis button state. Let's do button pressed false. It does that here. So that's not the thing. If it's still counting and checking, but it shouldn't check the millis. What is millis set to? Nothing or what? I mean, it last move here is set to millis here, so you should get a new value. Annoying. It's not my code. I don't want to debug it. And also, there are every variable is global, right? Almost, except for some of the game ones. Maybe that's also what the problem is, that it thinks it's something that's saved and it's not saved, or the other way around. So we have button press time. These are for the general button presses. Then it has a long press and a long press. This is ChatGPT. The only thing that's mine here is the Wi-Fi scan. And here it's for its snake game, which I must say is quite. If we had arrows, it would probably work. Okay, it's just that it's tough for it. Press start 0. What's press start? So okay, it's something with click for wait, and it's yeah. Let's make an unsigned long. That's called press start here too. That's so good. And this one is in the snake game. So let's move it. So we can't have two variables. So let's assume it wanted this set, but let's set it every time, not just when we start a game. And press start is used. Yeah, it is a malice. So I was with the malice there. But I'm still thinking it need to be pressed to, and pressed is at false. But if this was not reset and was left from the old one, it would think that any click would be, and it sometimes thinks that the rotate is a click, and that would make it stop. So let's see if this helps. So I'm sorry if I'm not coherent. I was tired before I started 6 hours ago, but I have to do something on Thursday, so I prefer just coding normally, not having a time limit. So I would have had over a month extra to do stuff. So, oh, we got a white screen there too. So obviously when I turn it, it stops as if I were crashing, which could be that it turns mega lots, like 3 times. We can see that it turns twice, like every time I turn I do. So it's definitely bad decoding of the rotary encoder. So if I long press now, we get out to the menu when I release it, not after having pressed for a bit, which I kind of want to change. Then let's do a Wi-Fi scan so it does something useful. See how many. This one doesn't have an antenna, so I started with one with an antenna, and the antenna worked fine, but this display didn't work with that ESP, and it's identical to this one except for the antenna bit. So it must be like buggy. So the scan results are there. I'm clicking to get back to the menu. Going, let's go up to the snake game, which is lost, and we'll click this. Yeah, so we still have that we're still in the menu when we go into there. So this didn't solve the problem. Come on. Snake game. Yeah. Long click. Oh! It started. That's when I was starting to long click. And there we could actually see the green dot, but it's in the menu, so it hops out. The only thing that actually made it, yeah, so I selected another menu option. And there's no clear screens, because the way that ChatGPT put it is that it updates constantly, so it was just flickering. So as we're still going to actually select options and do stuff, so then we will clear the screen for that, and after what we're done. By the way, I would have liked to. I need to catch invoke reversing streams, and I'm in the Discord. But there's so many things to learn, so many things to do. It's tough to choose. And this time I chose to do Legos. This is my Legos. So maybe this is a better option, just to go with buttons. I could switch it in 2 seconds. Well, 10 minutes. We could do both. The thing is that I can't fit buttons on this, right? But for the demo, or we just fix the code. But I kind of don't want to mess with that anymore, really. So after this, it empties the screen because it's an actual option. That's except for the snaking now. That's the really only other thing that does anything. Maybe we should mess with a deauth instead, because we could make this work. So here we have the header file. Here we have the Wi-Fi utils. So this is where all the things, the deauth is done, and it's in just 150 lines. So it's not a lot of code to steal from here instead of ChatGPT. Because ChatGPT is probably getting it from somewhere too, right? So the thing is that this has an include, that when I search for ESP Wi-Fi H, I end up with Espressif stuff, and we're doing Platform IO with Arduino style. That's the wrong link there. So I really wanted to have time to do this before too, but ESP IDF instead of Arduino style. So I didn't try to see if it is in here. This runs. It is bad, but it runs, right? And the turning. Yeah, so what it set debugs to was the head position, which is useless. So let's just remove that to start with. Here, this line is scrap, because it'll override all the interesting information about the buttons. It will just scroll away. The monitor. Yeah, we could have looked at this at the same time. Button release and held. So let's actually. It's doing what I'm assumed. Long press detected exit menu. Long press detected exit menu. So this is not actually set. reset. I kind of hate this, but so we're in the menu again. This is what happens every time. And what I did to stop that didn't work. Should I do this once more? No, because this is an easy fixed problem, so I should do it first. Almost loading SD card, but that's from my code. Okay, so why does it think it's still long pressing? So we don't have that many things. It ends up doing this. Long press detected, right? And the long press detected button released held. So we get these two texts, meaning this is true. So the button state is high when it is not pressed. And button pressed is actually not empty. Yeah, it is. Button pressed. So where is button pressed? That's a global one. And that's why. Okay. Well, so that's why. Okay. So before we start the loop, we need to set button press to false. So how can it discover this instantly? That's an error. Because that is done on our level. It's with code doing that. But when I change like a variable name or delete a line that was bad, it doesn't understand that it's gone. So this is not the controls for steering, which is much more complicated. This is just it's stopping instantly again. So here's the button handling, which is obviously where we was. No, this is a click. This is a clicking of the button, which is not what we want. We want the turns. And if anyone has suggestions, this is something that we have problems with also in the main code. Oh gosh, what is it doing? So it checks the value of the pin. If it is not the same, which is low high, it checks if they are both the same and says direction to direction +1. Mod 4. Else direction is direction +3. So obviously this code is totally crappy. But what was it thinking and why? So of course we need to know its rotations, but I'm assuming from this so +3 is when we're turning back. But what is A equals B? I mean, they're both low, both high. They're not the same, but they're both equal. And how would it think that this would work? Because if we look at the the code for the other one. Here, handling coder. It's like this. If A is low and B is high, meaning B is low, we go minus, B is high, we go up. Meaning if they are equal, it go minus, which is kind of what it said, turning one direction, turning the other. But this is not perfect. So we also checked in an oscilloscope that it sends like, in one direction it sends like a longer pulse, and in the other direction the same pin. We have two pins, like A and B. It sends in the other direction. On one pin a long, on the other a short. Which direction depends on which pin is long and which is short. So here's the thingy that we have. There. So here's A and B. And so setup done. So this isn't fixed. We can see it always turns 2 times, even though I just rotate 1 click. So something is off, and it seems to be easier to turn it in one direction, but most time it's just stopping it before I can do anything. So then we long press to go to the menu. Now we're assuming to get the same functionality back. When I release this and I go back into the game there, and the only change is that the font is better because I didn't fix the font settings it's doing. Game over, score 0. Click to start new game. Hold to exit. So it works, like meaning in it's moving the snake, even though we were in the menu and went back. So that bug is fixed. Though now I long press and release, and it doesn't exit. Oh, it does. It's just that I don't see the menu because it's not drawing the menu. So that's just a tiny thing to fix. Let's fix it first, I guess, as it's a tiny thing. So in the end of the code of this, I am doing a draw menu in a fill script. Just there. And we only have one place to exit, and that's the long click, meaning here. And let's put those there too. So now when we upload, we should get. We can also see the directions now when they're not swallowed by the other debug info. And we can see the rotations and how many steps it turned. It would be nicer to make it actually type. Where is the direction? Here. Dear. Also, when you have the monitor on, it will automatically hop. So after this, I was kind of waiting for it to set done and how many seconds, and it hops to the monitor there. Click. Hops over to the monitor and starts listening. Setup done. And now I click the button to start the game with the wrong font size. I try to turn. Nothing is sent. Click again, try to turn. Now it's actually went this, right? And I just rotated in one direction. 0, 3, 2, 1. So click, and it went into the wall. So there, yeah, we need more, so we can see when it crashes and stuff. So so it is serial dot print for print line. So we can do a serial print line. Yeah, serial will uppercase S. Always forget those things. Game over. \n 2. So let's add some more stuff. Not like we're ever gonna reach the food. The length won't change. The snake will move. We can make it slow so we have more chance to see stuff, but it doesn't really matter. We have enough time. This is the button handling. Long press, release. We're in the menu, start game. I can move. I can click to start it again. And here it starts. It's just like it's a little delayed. And I could see it turning there before dying. And when I now long press, I'm in the menu. I just can't see it. And that we have fixed with the new version. So let's actually upload this now. Even if I just put, maybe that's enough. I kind of want to make this a better line. CV. I'm assuming this is counterwise counter or something. Clock. Clock direction and not. And it all depends on the movement where the dir is used. If dir is 0, yeah. If dir is 1, if it is 2, and else, because that will mean it is 3. So y minus minus is what happens here. So let's make comments of this. So it's actually has some logic, because this is annoying. I want to see. So let's copy from here. Going y minus minus. I don't like finished lines, but why did I remove that? I could have just added that instead. So we just need an F. Guess I copied the same thing again. Because, let's see, there is set, I'm in the wrong place. Yeah, there is set here. And this is the comment I want to fix. So I was in the wrong place. This is where I wanted, and I wasn't actually reading where I was putting it just after a case. So very pretty, right? So let's there. And that could stay or not, because it's not really informative. Now we're doing printf too. So there's also print line, which is kind of what I think printf might. No, I had to add. I think that. So let's do. Instead of adding a backslash and lights. And there's no formatted stuff. So let's just comment this one. And now we can see which direction it is going. So it goes, it shouldn't hop it shouldn't hop the more than one step. So if it's going y minus minus, it should be able to go to one of the x directions. It shouldn't be able to go to y minus minus to y plus plus. Then it will die instantly, and that's probably what's happening, I'm thinking. So, and it's 23. So playing Snake with a rotary encoder was probably not a good idea, but I thought it would be better. And I think that these, I bought the cheapest ones I could get on AliExpress, right? So I should hop over to serial. Setup done, and we can see the snake hitting the wall because it didn't turn. And now you can see it going to Y to X. Game over. Why did game over here? This turn should not be going into itself. If it's not 3 turns, like after each other. This should be a 90 degrees, Y to X. Let's see if we get another example. Y to X. And there we actually got it to hit the wall, I think. So Y to X to Y to X. So I did turn the other way, but it didn't notice. There's something else happening. That's not the directions. So, as the game starts here, I'm going to just disable this whole thing, the button handling, because I didn't want to end it there. Yeah. So now we have no buttons, right? No button. We shouldn't be able to. This can't break the code now. You should only be able to die by hitting the walls or turning the snake into itself. Okay. There could be bad code here. I haven't read it all. Collisions. That could be the reason. And I don't know how its grid works or anything here. I haven't looked. We know the drawing of the snake and its movement straight ahead works fine. We have no idea if the each vote works. I guess this is the next debug step. So I was just assuming it was a rotary encoder direction that was the problem. It's more fun to do your own code. You don't have the problem of crazy code. Touch CS pin not defined. Because we're not using touch right now. I run the demo that works with touch, so it's an option. So, we'll see. So, same problem. Turn to turn. Oh, we could have had a test of eating food there. As soon as I turn, any direction. Oh, there's actually turned. And it was the other direction too. Plus. Didn't it scroll? Oh my, that was one turn. So what I did here was one. Y minus x plus plus, y minus x plus plus, y minus x plus plus, y minus x plus plus. So I added I wrote the direction instead of the number to 0. Here's some output. The last one was just one click on the rotary encoder, which is kind of funny. So now it has data. In some self-collision or dice immediately behavior, that means the encoder pins are bouncing or the working logic is too sensitive. It reacts on every A transition instead of one. Yeah, so we've been dealing with this all day. Here's a minimal change that usually fixes this kind of trouble triggering. So its line numbers are wrong. Lost turn time. Yeah, that's a good thing, but it's also been turning the wrong direction and everything. It's when it's going back. A high lost a low. So just on the edge, meaning also what about adding V2? I've been thinking about that all the time. Actually the best approach for clean direction detection. No, it's not. But now it's going with those again. So it is high, goes low. That's not good. The patterns has worked horribly fast. Skip them. So let's see if it understands. So we don't have to do the sneaking. We could also have a demo of a snake game playing, like a video where it's just going. You can, would be a quick fix for rotary encoder problems. Let's skip the pattern logic completely and go with direct edge detection in both A and B. Yeah. Try this version instead. So, yeah, then we need a lost V2. And high is the default value. Starting as a long lost turn 0. Yeah. needed last turn for this. So these values are not separated even here. So default values that need to be ones and the reading of the pins are next to each other. It's just not pretty. And of course, if we put it like that, it wouldn't work. So let's just, I need my keyboard. So let's see, where's lost A in the code? No, not there, here. A. So it already had lost A and B. Lost A, lost B, lost turn, no current index, encoder state. So let's go down to this code and see if it has its own lost A and B. Which it kind of should have. Yeah, here we have it. Lost A, but this is where lost A is set, not. But it is actually okay. Yeah, right, because it only repeats this. I'm thinking this is like a loop in the game, but it isn't. This is the game over. This is where the game starts. Okie dokie. Right. So it's actually here. Let's this is supposed to happen. But here is digital reading it. It's reading it. I think I might be too tired now. It's not like this is complicated at all. It's just extremely annoying. So here it's supposed to read it. Why would it read it here too? To have an initial value. So why not just set it to high, as they do here? Let's. So last turn added to this one. Now they're static. Okay. Why would they want to be static? Let's comment this one. This is so annoying. So then the reading of them, meaning the reading of the lost A, which I have in the search. Lost A, lost A, lost A. So A and B are red. Then lost A and B are set. So this is supposed to be done also before. Because this is how lost A and B are set in the loop. But they're setting them to high, and then they're... No, this is A and B. Okay, I'm starting to get tired, definitely. So here we have A and B. These are the lines, right? These are only uppercase, because why keep the same case of the variable names? That would be incredibly useful. So we'll have to change all these. I'm not gonna say anything to ChatGPT because it will just end up being me being more pissed at it. So here's my debug. Here's the actual code. So let's add this here. So the only thing it's probably doing is adding B, right? And adding last turn, which is set to 0 before the game loop itself starts. And then we have to change all the A's to lowercase and the P's. Because why not? So why does it not think A is odd? Because it wasn't the first occurrence. So we have last A and last B. They are set to high as default. A and B are read at this point. And declaration is inside a loop is fun. Last A. Yeah, seriously. Let's do this instead. So int A comma B, and I mean these things could matter quite a lot. Here's the old one and the old debug and the direction which is a result of this calculation. And now it's just printing these here. And I don't care about these crappy things. It doesn't say me anything at all. And then we don't need that. And then we're back at the same thing. I hate ChatGPT officially today too. And how far from this are we now? A not lost A, and A is low. And millis minus last run 120. And we set a new last run because it's put in there. Meaning if last A is high and A is low, that's what this means. But it's written in a different way. And B is high. So here's that A is B. So B is high direction. So this is the same. I just hate this. So let's make sure the indentation is okay. And inside our if, let's copy the debug prints that actually work. It got my debug prints, it ignored them, it did its own thing, which I don't like or understand. CV and CVV, CCV. I don't know what these letters stand for even, no idea. And I'm going to comment this block out because I'm not deleting the thing that's looking prettier. So if this works, I'm amazed and very curious why. That was not supposed to be indented, obviously, right? Or I would have done it. So, how much more pissed can I get at the computer? We'll see. We'll see. So it's messing with the. It's not really doing a lot of change. It's going for one edge only. It's adding. There's definitely a plus with the repeated turn, right? That we can't do it again at once. That could work, but we don't have to rewrite that much of the code to add that. And I should have probably just done that first myself, but now we already did this. So I want something more, something sweet, something candy. I happen to have some candy. I should probably test run this on my laptop too. I want to demo it. Game over. Great start values. That is the delay working. It's working. Let's remove the other code and just keep that bit. Oh, there it did it. It turned in a quite tight circle, and I just clicked once. But it's so much better. This is a working test. This is one function, right? One function to like make this look like it's a game. That's the only function it has. And it's possible to control it with the roto encoder. Ah, yeah, crash. But I think it crashed too early. So, next test is to put this one back, but with the lost turn. So, see if this is debugging what actually fixed it, right? So we're going to put I guess here, and then we add, and I'm not going to type it when I can copy it. Mail is last turn, and then we're going to // and let's use lines that are not in use. Just to delete some stuff. So now this one is just going on one edge. And it's checking if the other pulse is there or not. Meaning, I'm assuming the signal goes doo-doo or doo-doo, but the longer one is like stretching onto the others. So that's what I'm assuming this means. in the hardware. So I have candy. Candy. Good thing those don't feel old, really, because they're not new. Not that old. So let's upload and see. Also have candy cars. These are not chocolate though, so I prefer chocolate. What do you think? Will it work as well or not? Was it the limiting to it to one edge in a more obvious way that helped too? Not just the value, checking the last value and the new value and setting them to specific values. And we also have to fix that. So it starts with a game over means that the values are not correct. So game over is false here. But when we start the game, it's still game over for some reason. What makes it game over? I'm just printing it in one place, right? Here. So it pauses this without doing anything. Go straight to the game over screen without turning. And that could be normal play because I didn't see when it started. Let's actually restart. Yeah, it is playing. So if I wanted to, I could reset. Oh gosh, that was bad controls. Definitely better with the last one. Oh, it's going random directions. Yeah, it's totally all over the place. All over the place. So the edge matters. And we should use that version of it. Now we know that. And I invented a bug that didn't exist there too. So let's just rewrite this so it actually. So A is low and cut. Let's do A is low first. And as A is low, that means that last A must be high for it not to be this. So let's rewrite this to last A is high. Because that is easier to read, right? So maybe we should even do it the direction it was. Last A is high and A now. So we have the right timing of it, right? Last A was high and A is low, and we didn't turn 420 millis. And that means a falling edge, which is the start of a signal in this. And then, depending on the value of B, and why does it start with high? So if B is high, means, I don't know how the signals are, but there are two signals. And if A is the first one to go low, or maybe B was earlier, because they go kind of the same time. So if B is actually low at the same time, meaning it's not high, then we should turn in +3 direction. Oh, look, there's a comment, thank you. Zero's up, right, down, left. But we had the Y, which is good. It's good. So this is actually up, which is Y minus minus. Okay. I kind of think Y plus would be up. I'm not gonna rewrite that code. Yeah. So as we have the debug code rescued from the other one, this one doesn't really give me anything. I don't care what the values of A and B because I can't see them in a longer time span. And the oscilloscope that I used for testing, I could only see one signal at a time. So I should really connect the other one. So we're going to run this and see if it works, because it's supposed to work and should work. Because it's the same code that we used when it worked. And then after that, we will enable the button handling here again. The only problem is the buttons were already working, right? So some other code in this. Yeah, at the wait screen, it returns, goes back to the menu. Yeah. So it's actually working already. What we need to do there is to do these two. Because that's what needs to be done. And that means that if I write that one, yeah, I didn't do it. Mess up. So we will just blank the screen and draw the menu so people see that they are in the menu, because they will be. And as soon as they scroll up or down, they will see the new markings of it. Yeah. And let's move the comment. I guess we will use our, I copied instead of pasted there. And I don't remember what I changed. Yeah, I changed that. Let's actually upload again. So I feel like this connected from my hobby now, because I've been by the computers on my both today and yesterday. But I should go say goodnight at least. Hmm. We should fix the font thing too. Hmm. So if Snake Game starts, we just want to set the font to be size 4, meaning the big font, right? Because this message is not that readable. And it looked good with the font size that we had after having seen the menu. So that's why we're adding that for next time. But now it's just finished. So this is just me being bad at Snake Game. And that was it going the wrong direction, which is acceptable, for this is just a oh. Oh, that will be tough. Can I want to go this way? No way I could turn quick enough with this limitation of time. So really, with the speed that it has, we won't have time to turn 2 times within the limitation. Also, I think it hits the wall early. Let's just click and let it go to the wall. Now that looked good. So I can control it now. So I think up is, I don't know what's up and down though, direction. It looks like it's early on up. So where's the wall hitting? By the way, we can remove this. This is not anything at all. It had two, we ignore short clicks still, right? And we don't really need to exit in the middle of the game. Why would we click in the middle of the game? So that could also have been one of the things that crashed the game instantly. But now it's not there anymore, so. Yeah. And this is just debug. No, where am I? Here's the debug. This is just debug info. So let's just comment these lines for now. So they're just not necessary code to put takes the little space we have. So we have like a million variables now too. So here it is using millis and last move. Last move 100. Here's last turn. We could connect those in some way to make it less. I mean, 120 and 100 is quite similar in values too. It's better to have it as instant as possible and not connected with moves. Here we have the collisions with the walls. So why the -1s here? Is this what makes it a bit funny? Let's try removing those. And see what it feels like, because it doesn't feel equal. So this and this direction felt too tiny. Let's actually hold this the right direction. Oops. And now we got the big text at once, but it's white. Game over, score 0. I didn't touch anything. Click to start new game. Hold to exit. I don't want the hold to exit. Yeah, we're eating the edges now. Yeah. Yeah, we're eating the edges, so it's too much. But the text is good, except for this being too close to each other. Hold to exit need to be a little bit down. So let's undo those. And so it's using drawstring, not print, that's why. SN printf to message. Is that it? No? Yeah? So we have the red black, background black, and red text with the black background, which is simple, of course. Okay, now you don't need that. We have date. What? What does datum means? Middle center. Oh? This is doing too much. TFT drawstring. But this is kind of what I asked ChatGPT to make a menu for, because I want example of graphical stuff, right? So then know the drawstring screen width divided by 2. So that's why it centered the text. So I didn't know about this. So it's saying that it wanted center. Middle center. So what I don't understand is how SN print works and how it is printing on the TFT without using TFT. So let's hold here, I guess, because it's not like making the string, which I thought at first that it was just preparing the string, but oh, here it is. So here it is. Yeah, so I was right. It's just messy. So these lines, let's put those here instead. And that's setting the display up colors and centered. And then it's writing game over. In serial, I added to inform us that it's game over there too. We can comment this one now because it seems to be working okay. Enough. Okay, enough. And then it's preparing the string, is declaring variable, and it is size of message. So it is limiting it. Okay. That's so overdoing it, I think. I mean, all other variables are just printed. And then it's printing that string, then it's setting the color to something else, and it's printing the other text. And here is where we have the plus 60 needs to be like plus 65 or something. Let's try plus 65. And then we have it's waiting for click, and if it's not a long click, it starts a game. And that's why we have a wait for click that returns a value now. The thing is that this is stupid. So I guess we test run just to make sure I didn't do anything stupid. I'm gonna go check. Okay, Ben, vi går där. Jag ville bara så du inte börjar somna igen. Nu har jag träffat dig.
Jag tänkte nog gå och lägga mig snart.
Jag också.
Jag får uppgradera Lara Croft. Ja, har du kollat upp det med Jenny?
Jag har inte kollat chatten. Jag hade ju redan börjat med det där.
Jag är nyfiken varför jag gjorde det. Om det var misstag eller om det...
Det måste ju ha varit så. Nej, jag tror inte det. Jag tror att mamma... Antingen så har hon bara råkat klicka något eller så har hon bara gjort bort att hon existerar.
Jag vet inte, de andra borde väl ha sett det också, tänker jag.
Ja, men vi vet ju alla hur hon är. Hon glömmer sig.
Ja, jo. Men varför gör hon som det? Eller var det en misstag?
Ja.
Ja, jag tänkte om du visste.
Hon gör ju hela tiden när hon råkar skicka ljudinspelningar att hon råkar ju sätta bilder som visar en gång. Så det är liksom bara som att Ja, jag har i alla fall har ett litet sånt här Snake Game som man kan styra med den där lilla rotring-koden nu. Som är liksom det som syns. Det här är ett litet spel bara att om du håller in länge då kommer det upp lite så här wifi scans.
Så jag tänkte bara när vi tappade alltså, mötet där först.
Jag har ju fortfarande på, alltså du vet.
Ja, så de hör allting.
Okej. Jag ville bara liksom se på det innan. Okej. Men jag gjorde ju det. Ja. So, I'm on my way back. So maybe we should actually fix the position of this a little bit. Because we don't want it to start typing at half screen, right? It starts actually at -20. But it ends at +65. So if we were to move these, let's do like -40, and then 25, and this one -10, and this one just 20, and this one 45. That should be better, right? I have to try both directions. They'll miss it. Nah. Oh, I turned one too early. So let's see if these positions are better. So this is not a game. This is a physical pen test tool is the plan, right? So we want to be able to show someone what we're doing, and that's why it boots to the game, right? Because that's the best thing, I think. So not 100%. Let's see if it crashes and it's more centered. That white there, that was odd, but I think it still requires a lower. So 40 and 25. So, and then we have 20 and 45. So -25, 30, 35, 40. And then we have 20, or rather 25, 30, 40, 45. It should be bigger difference here, not the opposite. Why? What am I not thinking of? So the screen height split in two. So we have the middle position, and from the middle position we go -40 pixels, I guess, and we write the first text, right? Then we go the same. Oh, this is not part of it. That's why this is actually 30. So let's go back to whatever the values was. It was -5, right? Yeah. So I counted one that wasn't there, and that's why between these there are 30 pixels, not 15. And that's why this number got not correct. So first of all, let's actually add 10 because I'm gonna change this even more. So we have 5, 20, and then on the other side, I want like a bigger distance between them. And then we'll do this one too. Let's see, 20, 30, 40, 50. Then we have 30 there too. So we have 40 in the middle. Yeah, let's try that. And just let it crash. Then it's time to photo Legos, I think. Meaning Legos, meaning electronic components. I don't want to overdo it in bringing stuff, but I can take some photos and have it in the presentation. And we can also just pictures we can download. So it crashed, and what does it look like? Look, does it look more centered and even? Right? Game over. Score 0. Click to start new game. Hold to exit. The question is if I want the hold to exit there. I'm kind of thinking this is supposed to be a hidden feature. That was the plan. It's just that ChatGPT knew. So I'm actually going to. We could make it tiny text.
FixerBot says.
New follower Kami Zama text. Less than 3.
Hi, welcome in. Let's actually change this a little bit. Let's put it a little lower again. 40, 10, and let's put this one at 30. So it will still have some weight. And then we'll see. Thank you for the follow and welcome in. Kami-sama text. So let's see if I can play the game now and get to the menu and do a Wi-Fi scan. And then we will do like the last thing of today, see if you can get the de-auth to work. And then I will de-auth my phone, not our Wi-Fi. Yeah, that's been happening. So after it's starting, let's do this again. Boot. And no white now. Okay, so it didn't have to do with. I'm focused here. Let's actually turn the other direction. Oh, that was a too much turn. But it's okay for being a rotary controller. Oh gosh. The randomization of those, maybe we shouldn't put them so close to the edge because it's kind of impossible with the controls we have. We got 5 points! Is that kind of centered enough? Or should I move it down? Good
Madam
evening.
Fabulous says.
So now,
Good
do you want to
evening.
see the magic of this? So we got 5 points, but now we long click the button. And, oh, let's do a Wi-Fi scan.
Good to see you, less than 3.
Good to see you too. So let's see if we can see the Wi-Fi scan there. There, now we have a Wi-Fi scan. So it's hidden behind the game. And when we click, we should get to the menu. And next, we have to do a Wi-Fi de-auth there, right? And then someone, when we were writing this code yesterday, someone said Bluetooth scan, so we did that. And then settings, I have no idea what that's supposed to be, but just to get a test menu. I don't know if I like this menu better or the... So this will just say index 1, selected Wi-Fi deal for now. And also the menu it's still there after the menu. Maybe I should fix that at least. The off code. So we have it up in here. So we have, we need to test to see if we can do this. Or if we need to actually include something. I have an idea. So if we go to, let's actually close this one because we're not going to do SD card things today anyway, and it's still commented in the other code, so I just can click this. So we have a little DAuth bit ready to go there. Here's just the pins. And we're going to just see what happens. Will this squiggly or not? It's not squiggled. That means that Platform IO already has this. We don't need to include anything. That is so great, because that means we can just do code. And if we do the basics from this one, let's start with, at the end, we want to wait for a click, because we will have output, right? And we will want to make the background empty and draw the... We could have a function doing this too. Or we could have it run after in the selection, when we select in the menu. But this is the Wi-Fi. But at the start here, we fill the screen with black. We use violet for this one. So the cursor position, font. And then in this case, we do scanning. Right, what we need to do now is to actually have something to select. So we need to select what Wi-Fi network to the off. And I was thinking, also for writing to the SD card here, we want this information here, that we write to the TFT to actually be in a string. So we can put it also on the SD card in the text file, and so that we can print it again and show it as a menu for the deal with network we wanna do it on, right? But let's start just with making a working deal, and then we can fix that later. And I'm gonna like hard code my phones. I think it's called phone, the Wi-Fi of this. And my phone keeps saying, "Oh, lightning talk intrusive. Remember to do that." That's what we're doing. So, I'm looking at my phone. I'm like, how did I do this? Mobile hotspots. Let's actually look at it. Connections. Wi-Fi. There, mobile hotspots. And yeah, it's called phone. Very unique Wi-Fi name, right? So having all of my well, it's actually this phone and my laptop that I don't use for anything, only that's connecting to that network. But still, having those things connect to that network by default, that unique name, that's not secure. But the network name, so let's just do it, name equals phone, and well, let's just do phone in a comment, because that's not how we're going to use it, and we don't want to make a variable for something we're not going to have more than send to something. So the only thing we know so far is that the network is called phone and it's on now locally, and if we do the Wi-Fi scan, we should be able to see phone. Can we see phone? Yeah, it's on the top. Phone is on the top. Every time I show this, it's more dusty. How can that happen? It's not like mega dusty in here. I have an air cleaner running there. I don't know. Don't doubt me. So, how are you, Cyber? Enigma. Cyber Enigma. That's a cool name, by the way. If I didn't say so before. Let's hop over to the code that I found online, which, so all my screens change their appearance because I have a preview on this one for all of the looking at the screen and stuff, and I have OBS on that one with showing, so it's all with black. So this is great that this works. The string and vector we don't know if we need yet, because we will see in this, which is its file for the actual stuff. So in it, we'll send back if it's set to random MAC enable to change MAC address. So change MAC address is here, right? So this is change MAC address. And we can borrow this. We can borrow scan Wi-Fi list. But this is already what we're doing in the Wi-Fi scan network. So number, yeah, so we get back the number of Wi-Fi network. So Wi-Fi _num. So it's saving it there, and then it's using the base value and return Wi-Fi. So if there's nothing, well, if there are no networks, it doesn't do anything, of course. But if it is, it scans all the networks and Wi-Fi, SSID, pushback, string, C string, channel. So the ones that are not strings, it's converting to C strings here. This is actually interesting, but it's using, this is why it has string there too, right? So pushback, we could just double click it. Yeah, we saw these. So yeah, let's channel. Let's just search in the whole thing. to file search. Was it push underscore back? Oh gosh, if it wasn't, it's these are the only ones in this file, in the whole thing. So I did actually check what Wi-Fi was, but I think that they are let's go back here. So let's actually start with checking what the Wi-Fi underscore is. So this one is just, but this is the way of Arduino using inits. Mac. So we're in the wrong function, but I'm still curious. Here it's just using the normal Wi-Fi. And here it is doing Wi-Fi data. So it is Wi-Fi data. So Wi-Fi data will have this. I don't know where Wi-Fi data is. Can we get anything on this? No. So is it in Wi-Fi or in ESP Wi-Fi? I'm assuming it's one of them. So I know that Wi-Fi, without you doing anything, it will save the information from the scan networks in itself. So you can access the information in there. And before you do a new scan, you will delete the old information. And I think this will did delete too. Maybe not. It's a little text. I'm just inserting this, just scanning it with my eyes. So I'm thinking it is saving it in another way here for some reason. So this Wi-Fi thing, it's saving these. The SID to the SID and the, yeah, all the things. And then it returns this data, Wi-Fi data. So, and this is of course a type here too. Yeah. So it's just doing a scan, saving the data manually when it's already saved. And then it will use these things later. So connect to Wi-Fi. It has the password, hostname, max attempts, trial delay. Connect to Wi-Fi. I'm mostly thinking why. So it's setting Wi-Fi star and the configuration to in adder no. Set hostname c.c string. The hostname here. Yeah, a lot of these .c string, which is something we might be able to use later. Wi-Fi begin. And the SID and password. We'll see where it's called. Probably we could get that. It's not called in here, and not in this repo because it would be in links. So I think this is just maybe people want to do that, so we better put that in the code. I don't know. And then it checks the status and trial delay attempts ++. Scan single port. IP address, IP port, timeout MS. Wi-Fi client. I'll better read all the lines now. Client. Now I know what client is because I read that line. Set timeout. If client connect, client stop. So it is doing a single port quick connect test to an IP on a network it's connected to, I'm assuming. So this one, is it? No other places. Not in this file. It's only in this file, no other places in the repo, I'm assuming. Scan port in range. And then we will get IP, start port, end port. We can kind of get what this is without even reading. It's the same thing again, with a little forward. So now this is a DOF packet. This is the thing that I'm interested in, right? So this is the only thing, except for the MAC address. Setting your own MAC address. That's interesting too. So let's copy this. And let's throw it just in the middle here, though it's in a function, right? So it'll look funny. And semicolons will give it, just everything will give it squigglies. And let's see up here. Here's the change MAC address. One. And this was just, the init is doing this if it has a constant set. Or it's a constant in the base program. So let's copy that one too. And I'll actually put this one over it because too many things in one place. And this is also obviously not in a class right now. So we'll see if there's anything else as squigglies now. So MAC address doesn't exist. So let's check what MAC address is in here. It will be in there. So we could just inflict it, because why not? I'm so blind today. There. Here? Come on. No, it can't do it. Let's just manually, I guess I can search for MAC address. Here's a Boolean. Change MAC address and string. So it's std string. But this is I was looking for a variable, I thought. So within public, we have a MAC address. Am I blind? This one is change MAC address. And this is Wi-Fi utils MAC address. So where's the change MAC address? Here. It's private. MAC addresses. Oh, that's the lowest one, just to get the MAC address. And this one just returns MAC address. So MAC address is in there. Oh, MAC underscore. Ah. So I was blind, but I was also not blind. So it was obviously also private, right? So this would be get MAC address, because that's what it's doing. It's just getting the value. So I'm thinking, since we're loaning the code, we're not stealing it at all. We also need the corresponding variables. And that one, I think, we have lots of squigglies. But I'm thinking, did this add string up here? Did we already have it? No, so it might not require it. It might go crazy when we compile because it doesn't find all the things. But here we have, first of all, a function in a function, right? So I'm gonna change it. I'm gonna put this one separately because why not? And then we have the end of a function and the end of a function next to each other. So we have this send deal that we have borrowed just as it is. Because this is quite like mem copy deal frame address 1. It's not like we're changing stuff in this. Let's actually check where the send deals package is called from, and there's no variables in here that are not known by us, but we want to see where it's called, and so we can like borrow the code too. So and it should be able to do that. So here's the send off, and it's actually not called. I'm not sure if this is true because it should be. So if we look at this, we have the little docs and everything here. This price is intended for educational and ethical purposes only. And that's totally what we're doing, right? So I'm not sure about that. It's
Connected to channel fixit.
Okay, hello channel fixit. I don't know why it's disconnecting. So they're using kind of very similar hardware. It's disconnecting from chat again. Something is up with my network today, definitely. Okay, C3 Super Mini. And putting stuff together, and this is just doing the deals, right? This thing. They have a single purpose. Oops, what happened to the network? No idea. Also with no possibilities for input, it seems. Maybe. Anyway, they should be calling their function, right? So maybe. So we haven't actually looked at the INO file. And I am thinking that this is what the problem was. The things are called in an INO file, and GitHub doesn't know that an INO file is a CPP file, so it doesn't understand it's supposed to look for code there. Okay, that was not a problem. Yeah, we did look at this one. I think its main window is the one that's actually starting. So here's it doing the set random MAC. Did it have that? Let's open them all. I want them all. Oh yeah, here. Okay, so it's I was like, there's nothing in the constructor. Oh, there is. Yeah. And then we have W utils to follow along with. And it's doing display stuff. And I kind of want to see all the things that have this name. So no, I was planning to do C, not there. So we want to highlight all. I don't know why I didn't do it at once. So we have the delete for, I'm assuming when it's done again. In the init we're running the init of this. And if the return value of this is init, is right. Yeah, I kind of remember. So it said the return is init, but it's also setting is init to the Mac, which I think is the return value of this. No, it's true and false. Or return. No, just true and false. So if MAC address is set or not. So append display text, MAC address. So the MAC address of this is printed, I guess. But it's doing things and printing the returns. Because MAC address is, well, this function which just gives the value, but it's still a function. Even it was just that. Scan Wi-Fi, on the other hand, scans the Wi-Fi and saves it in this variable that we found out about, right? So it is doing the scan Wi-Fi, confirming that GitHub couldn't find the link to this because it wasn't a CPP file, it's an INO file. No, it's a CPP file. Why didn't I find it? I feel like it's not telling me. Handle blah blah blah. Handle back. So I'm just interested in the bits with the little name we have searched for, right? So I can just quickly scroll, and here we have something interesting. Set scan page. So Wi-Fi list.num, the number of networks, I'm assuming, in the Wi-Fi list. And if it's 0, then return list num2. So this is setting the network to 2, I'm assuming, too. Let's see what happens later with list num. Rescan it's printing. And then it's doing Wi-Fi list num. Okay, it's a 4. I wasn't even reading. Wi-Fi list SID. And so yeah, here we can see that Wi-Fi data is actually a struct within this. And I could have seen this before if I had looked, which has SID, VSH channel signal, which we already seen that it's sent back. So we're still not doing any DO, which is, we could have searched on DOs, but if we read all of it, it's better. It's doing a lot with the number of networks. Scan Wi-Fi list. The data is printed, I guess. Switch on Wi-Fi scan info. Case false. default. MAC address. So what I didn't see that I'm going to search for now is send deauth packets, because this is the main thing. It's called the deauth. Wi-Fi deauthor, right? Wi-Fi deauthor version 1. So if we can't find this, which is goes red at once, it's not actually deauthing. So let's see if we can find where it's supposed to be added. Is this like a secure feature? You have to add it yourself. So just wanted to see the call. Let's do this. And go back to here. And let's go to the main thing so we can search all the things. And we're going to search for send a deauth packet. And it is in the header file and in the CPP file. And nothing else. So this is where it is. Assuming also in one place in both files, but we have both files up, right? The CPP and the header file. So in this one, if we search for it, we have this one place where it's just the first line with a semicolon, you know, telling it that this will be in here. And here we have 3 places. Okay, 3 places. So it is there, and where else? Because I must have missed it. Notice it's 4 places. Oh gosh, it's counting these. It's counting those. That's why it's 3 places, of course. Talk about misleading. So if I click something else, it will just be 1 place. Yeah. I was like, we found it's called. Yeah, it is in here anyway. I was just blind. So send you all. Let's just. Still can't find it. We can just do this. Blip. So, it wants the BSS ID and STA, right? I don't know exactly what STA is. Stations. But it's also, I've seen it say just STA, but this is a number. So, BSS ID and station. That's what we want. And then it constructs a packet here. And this is really the only thing then. Is it using any other data except for this? As it is in a class, it could use these and other stuff, right? So we have BSS, ID, and star. And here it's just making a struct and deauth frame. And deauth frame, it's building it up from these bits here. The frame control, then duration. 0 and 1. Yeah, this 2, 2, and the next one is 6. Mem copy. Deauth frame dot adder 1 star deauth frame dot adder 1 star. Okay, star is this. Yeah, and then the BSS ID bits will take the other bits here. So that's data in. And then we have DOT frame sequence control, just static data in here, constant data. And then we have ESP Wi-Fi 8/11TX. And this is the function that we want to use. And it uses a constant which is probably connected to this, and then the frame and the size of the frame and true. So I am now interested in this function. But this is also very good, but we already copied it to our code, and we now know what it is, right? But if we get some more information about this function, maybe we can do even more stuff. What was falling off? Oh, this is a photoresist. This one. Hmm. Let's see when I add up. Yeah. Length. And a continuous part for sending beacon, probe request, probe response, action, and non-QoS data. We have the info on the display here. The ID and the station. I'm assuming SDA is station. Interface in the Wi-Fi mode is station. The IFX should be Wi-Fi IF stay. So maybe it's not. Hmm. So someone has figured out a way to send stuff with this one, and it might not be the dude that made that program, and it might be, so we don't know. First of all, am I like following this dude? Quite active. Let's see if there's anything more like this. Build and test your roles to private using GitHub Actions. Robotic development kit for precision control. So I have chocolate all over my fingers. Yeah. So I didn't see anything. So maybe I shouldn't follow. We'll see if something fun pops up. I also see one branch, right? Yeah, nothing else. And I'm curious about those 5 there. No, I don't want to fork it. I wanted to see the forks. I know. I know. So, can I clearly see them here then? Yeah, so it's nothing public. That's probably why. I didn't even read this, did I? Now I'm a bit curious why it's not actually calling the function, which is the auth. But we have much more information about it. Let's do like the auth2 in the search, and we'll probably find more things. So it's an arbitrary phrase. So it looked like we could send lots of stuff. Wi-Fi networks. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna. Oh, that's funny. That's so funny. You know, if you're gonna have a Wi-Fi list, why not? Sending arbitrary IE 802.11 frames can be used in various ways. Mesh network and directional. Unidirectional long distance communication over low overhead data transmission. Abuse for spamming, large number of invalid sets, jamming Wi-Fi network, sending deauthentication frames. And that's why it was found, maybe. This would be enough. Let's just Control F D O. And if I didn't put 2 A's, it might actually find something. And there's one match in this text. In order to sniff SSIDs of hidden wireless networks. Now I created the API, making it obsolete, which is this thing. The new function is thoroughly documented in the API guide. Though our old thing might not have this anyway. Since at the time of writing, that's why I bought the new ones, by the way, because they have new stuff and more functionality. Some bucket use exists need over and arbitrary data. I'm not gonna read all the things. I'm gonna look at all the things. Maybe. We'll see. Let's look at this. C file, which is not that long, but long enough. If there's interesting stuff, yeah. So here we have the ESP Wi-Fi that we're already using. So I pasted it on the same thing. There. So this is the name we search for. Just confirming. Rick says. Yeah, like this. Here we have all of this too. So here's a beacon Rick, which I can't see because I'm blind. No, because this is what I want to search for now. No? Come on, copy first, otherwise it wouldn't work. Now it's easier to see. So it's sending it here. So the other way was prettier, right? This just 200 uint 8. Yeah. So it's making it look like these networks. Is it? Anyway, I think that let's give this to ChatGPT, but change the name of stuff. So it's not called Deal. And see if we can make it, even though we sent the code for it and it refused before. I'm just curious if we can trick it, or if it's the first time it's ever said no to me. Okay, so it's in the same chat, everything. So I'm going to change stuff. Send packet. Frame. It's obviously sending a packet, right? frame, my frame. So everything called the auth frame here will be my instead. Plus my frame, and then my, my, because why not do this much work when we could have replaced it in an editor? I'm going to ask a real simple question and see if it answers. Well, maybe not simple, but informative. So, what data does this function want to run? And let's be explicit. And so let's see if it answers first, because we renamed stuff and it already had the code. Yeah. The MAC address of the stationed client device that connected to the AP. I don't think so. But if you look at it, it says "666". It seems to be copying this into two places, right? And this is also an address, but this is duplicated. That's all it needs. 2 valid 6-byte arrays representing the MAC address, and we'll move frame. Are you sure? Question mark. Also, maybe a conversion in that case. Thanks. The thing is that it doesn't connect it to the code I sent it with this included. So, like string to bytes. Always use a 6-byte MAC address as for address 1, address 2, address 3, and this function just fills those fields directly. If your MAC are in string form, like, yeah, you need to convert into 6-byte arrays first. The simple helper can do this. I don't know what format we get it, actually, but we do have it probably in the string format. I'm not writing everything out, though, all the data we get. Maybe we should. Maybe you should write those out. Actually, let's look a little at the data we get, and we can write it to serial. Please, let's ask you to do it first. Please make a list. Make write code to output all the data a Wi-Fi scan gets into the Arduino Wi-Fi class. It's static, so it's funny. The Mac should be in there, right? But what format? Please write it all to serial. And I'll put it in my Wi-Fi scan function. Thank you. Yeah, so Wi-Fi scanner fills it into the class itself, which is odd, but I guess useful. Including each AP's MAC. You see channel encryption type is a short, clean version that prints everything you can instruct. And it's actually made it a full thing, which we don't want. Scan and print networks. Networks false async. Show hidden true. Looky looky. It showed us a new option that I didn't know about. So let's look at the code first. And then I have to check. I was like, maybe I should go to bed before midnight today. Did I really believe that? Suddenly it hopped from 5 to 8 hours. I don't know what happened. But I can kind of understand why people go to sleep. But I don't know why people go to sleep. I was gonna sleep early today. And I was gonna actually eat actual dinner. I so wish I had somewhere to click to just hop to the right function. I'm guessing here. Quite close. Here's my scan networks. It's still called rotary encoder control menu. I wanted an example for code. So this is how we were to do it asynchronously if you wanted. And I'm assuming that's the default, but show hidden true might not be. So let's just paste there, and then we'll delete those. They're still in the comment. So a number of networks, and then timestamp for file name. Yeah, that's why I'm doing the whole time thing. It's for the file name. Ah, right. So this is not really necessary now. It's just me that's remembering the I commented most file stuff, but I didn't comment the timestamp. So I'm doing stuff I'm not using right now, but we will. So let's now see here. So BSS ID returns a 6-byte uint. The MAC format above is correct for conversion. So the Wi-Fi, why do they spell it like that? Dot BSS ID I is not already in the right format, because it kind of looks like that. So why would I convert it to a string to convert it to the same thing again? Correct. Gives you a raw pointer to the 6-byte MAC address in binary form. Not a readable string. Yeah, I know. I told it I wanted it to type serial, but I also asked it for the type. At that point, it might hold in memory, but if you try to, yes, but my question had two parts. Now I'm talking about the second. Is this the correct format to send to the function I sent you? Let's do there, question mark. Let's give it the start line of the function. So uint8t, right? uint8t, was this the same? I'll ask it to, yeah, it looked the same. I'm gonna sneeze. I'm so gonna sneeze. Yes, exactly. Good. So we can just send it there. And then STA would be our own Mac, question mark. How would I get this one? And does it exist? Is it available? And is it available in the correct format already too? Too many stars there. Where did that one come from? No idea. That's a lot of extra characters. Star should be your ESP32's own MAC address, i.e. the station interface MAC. You can get it directly in the correct binary format when the card is needed, like this. ESP Wi-Fi get MAC will then be a 6-byte array, uint8_t6, ready to be used with the function call. Then we have all the bits to actually send the deal. So we tricked it to answer all our questions about it. This gives you the correct raw bytes and not a string format. So we will want both. We will want to print out it to the display. So the max of these, maybe not something I should send. Well, it doesn't matter much. But still, we're far away from shallow.
FixerBot
Welcome
says,
in. Thank you for the
New
follow.
follower Candy Pants MD.
So,
Less than 3.
Yeah, by the way, new people, let's restart this now and see what we've been doing today. So when we start this, oh, it's a game. Oh, I missed it. This is just a little game. It's nothing special at all. So we long click it. And we let go. Oh, let's do a Wi-Fi scan, or should we do a Wi-Fi de-off, or what should we do, right? Let's do that Wi-Fi scan that we had up. So now we have to fix the second button, right? So that's what we're doing now. So we have gotten some code for de-off. Yeah, here's the de-off code. And what I did now is I just copied this into, I removed de-off from here and called the frame my frame instead, and then it answered all my questions. So this is supposed to be it thinks, we don't know if it's true, the MAC of the Wi-Fi network, which will be my phone. Like, we will de-off my phone, and I could connect that phone to that, but then we don't have this camera. So we can open the laptop. Let's do the laptop. So we don't need these things. This was also in my drawers. Totally need elastic for sewing right now. Maybe I should actually turn on this fan, because it's a little bit warm in here. It's their power supply. And so everybody needs a little fan, right? Several fans. So that's nice. So I usually use this power supply cable there, but now we're using a tiny AC adapter for a rotor instead. That's 12 volts. In
VR
case we need more
Mechatronics
power.
says, that is a lot of hours stream. It was just 5 hours just 2 seconds ago, and then it just happened. I checked what time it was, and I was thinking I should probably go to bed before midnight today. And I checked what time it was, and it was like 10 minutes ago. So it is 1:30 now. And I can't stop now. We have to see if this function works, right? We're this close to running it. And I've been going like doing extra stuff, right? To actually, we need to learn all the things we can about this.
Yes.
Looking at the expressive information on this and everything. So let's hop there instead. There. So this is a function that it runs, and here we can see what it calls these. Yeah, so this data will be part of the buffer, so we really can't see much here. We can just get a hint about it. I'm actually tired. Oh, but I was as tired when I started, so. So you're still up too, VR. Same time zone, I know. And it's also Tuesday, and tomorrow I need to drive my kid to school, so I can't sleep too long either. Otherwise, yesterday or today, I kind of could. Almost. How long I want? Not really. Yeah, I'm tired. So, yeah, I copied it here. Let's see where it is. Wi-Fi scan. We were just editing the Wi-Fi scan to add more information. So let's just see if this gives an effect. But what I did ask ChatGPT to add was information. Let's see. First, we have here's the sanitized version of this without the deal packet. Remove the deal word only, and it gave us this. So hours is what I asked it. So we can put hours there, but probably we can put anything there, right? We could just put this one 3 times. I don't know. It's like supposed to be a D off, so it shouldn't matter where it comes from. But maybe it's odd to send. Also, this we copied the function of randomizing your own MAC address too from this stuff. From this, so this is the one who made this, right?
I just installed a new computer and I'm checking if it works. On Sunday, I found an RTX 4090 in a trash at Jim Brook. I replaced the capacitor and it works.
Applause. That's cool. Yeah, very nice. So that reminds me, I should see if I can get my Proximate server working. Something happened during the summer vacation and I haven't had time to look at it, so. And it's annoying to run a local VM when you're used to having Proxmox. Even if it wasn't for that long I was using it, it's still. Also, I have a lot of data on there, so I'd like to get it back. What am I doing? Falling asleep. Let's not go into these. I asked this question. It said this, right? So this is an example of a call. And this is not what we're going to use. I'm just going to go through all of this and be systematical and logical and in the way we use it. So here we have the MAC address, change MAC address. And I just put that there because it was left out and it's part of its class that we borrowed it from. Here we have this send the auth packet, not modified. And it's using this function. And this is a constant that it knows. Its value is 0. And then we have this frame that we have built, and the size of it, and the value true. And the definition of this function was what we looked at a little bit ago there on the web on Espressif. And here is where the call is supposed to be. And I might just put this in there later, but for now,
Web link.
so this needs to be deal, because that's what it's actually called. Let's see. Oh. Oh.
Scroll down.
Yeah. Are there more images? No? Yeah, so let's minus that. So here. Ooh. So was it this you replaced on? So that is supposed to go on top. So some video with someone doing it or something? Okay, so the cooling here, and that one kind of supposed to go there.
No video is another one.
Okay. Yeah. So lots of that's the cooling of it. So it works fine now. That's perfect. Again. Nice. So I will hop back.
Yes.
So this is just random data, right? So what we need is the data of our phone here. So the phones will be our access point, but we will get it through here because it is listed in the list here. And we can send that data back by serial, and that's the next question I asked. And I asked also about conversion in case we want to give it a string, right?
There was only a short circuit on this capacitor.
Okay. So not even a little tiny explosion or anything. So where was I gonna paste this now? Yeah, like a comment to this function. I think I will save it. So maybe here. So this is just a comment for inside of this function. String to bytes is an example of a string here, or it can be on top there. So max string to bytes, const char max string, which this is a maxter example, and Mac bytes. So Mac like this sounds like Macintosh instead of MAC address because Mac is supposed to be uppercase. So, but I agree, this is okay. So it's going through all the characters. I0 to I6, and it's taking. Okay. Yeah, so the bytes it's placed in. That's an interesting access way, and this you could never do in Python, right? I don't think you could do that. Maybe you can do that too.
So str to ul. So plus I times 3. Null 16. And oh, look, we get the example there. That worked nice. So, and here was the change Mac one too. So let's just check it. ESP Wi-Fi set Mac, Wi-Fi IF star Mac. This Mac also has this format, of course. We could set it to a Mac, but this is just doing a random one, right? So, but it doesn't matter much. It's not like we use the Mac addresses for internet, right? Just for Wi-Fi. Obviously. Send the auth packet. Comes uint. So I'll need to be more efficient. Then call, yeah. I guess we put this in there too. With the declarations. It's nice to have examples. It's always nice to not have like random code without. Let's do all line comments because why not? And I'm actually going to say example colon and so, and now when we mouse over this, it says all of the things for all the things related. Yeah, that's okay. Let's say use example. It's not mega pretty. It's good enough. So, and then yeah, then I asked it to grab the scan network data, all of it, all kind of things, and send it to serial. And maybe we should add serial no networks found to mine. Since we started modifying this, and I'm scrolling down to nothing, so it's actually over this here. So if it's not 0, so if it is 0 networks, I don't have anything of this. So let's add this there too. So we're printing it both to the TG and to the serial now, and adding more like serial information. So I think that we will put this separately here too. We want it to be still within the if, of course. And here's the TFT information. And right before the else here, we'll just add serial. And I'll just do this for now. So I think I'll just grab it. Oh, did I grab all the things? No, we need that last. Annoying.
for the far. So this is like the same thing because this is a base example of it. So we have this too in here. So we could just print this. We could add another line here with a serial with the same text. But for now, I'm good with this. Yeah, and here it is doing a SN printf to get this Mac as text, which will give us it in serial. Now we can convert it back to the correct format. I'm just checking the indentation is off here, right? So let's fix the indentation. As it is mega easy here, it's just a tab. So it looks prettier. Pretty is important. It's easier to read. And my brain's like, oh, I'm speaking English. Yeah, I have been kind of for 8 hours and 52 minutes. Brain is, it's time to go sleep, right? So Wi-Fi ID return say yeah, and that's when I ask, is this not exactly the format we want? Yeah. So we could actually just grab this ID, and the first network actually is the one we want, and we can see that it starts listing at 0 and goes to the number of networks found, which is interesting. Yeah, so they're still going from 0. And this is the Wi-Fi object itself. That's what we're using here. And that's why I knew it was saved in there. And then we are actually deleting the data just before the new scan, so it is still saved actually, and we can still access it anytime. And just do that and ask on the display what number, and we could ask someone to scroll to the right number. Yeah, I'm too tired to do all that now, so let's just see if we can fix the last little bit here and do just to the phone. We could also like do a check for which network is called phone, because we can see the name here too, you know. The names are there. So HPV 95 is my network, and phone is my phone's network. And we need to also start the laptop and ask it to connect to that. So a very mysterious post-it on there. So we're gonna throw the laptop out of the network, right? So that's the point. And after this is done, I will go to make a presentation mode tomorrow. So that's kind of when I will finish this today, so we don't have to do this for several hours tomorrow. And I can't focus on actually finishing before Thursday when I have the. We can do like some last stuff earlier on the day, but I don't have that much time. I'm going to keep to school and stuff. I'm doing that tomorrow too, though. So we're gonna have to switch Wi-Fi's because it will connect to the good Wi-Fi by default. Come on, little computer. Restart required. No, I'm not gonna restart. So let's see. HP 95, but we want to go to phone. Come on, find phone. Hidden network. That's what the computer shows. Someone has a hidden network. It might be called hidden. I don't know. Come on. Is this actually? Yeah, the hotspot turned off again because no one connected, right? So come on now. Update. And now we have phone there. Let's connect. And now we can see the ThinkPad is connected to the little Wi-Fi here. The wonderful name of Sophia ThinkPad. So let's run this and see if this works. Let's just read it first. So for all the networks, the same loop that we're already doing. Okay, that's just too bad. I can't do that. It's too bad code. Can't. Sorry guys. Can't accept it. So we can't do the same loop twice. Send to serial 2. Right, because the base thing is the TFT. We want to show it here on the little display. And we also send it to serial if we happen to be connected. And this is for saving it to the SD card on it too, but later. It's not finished, and I'm not gonna have time to do it until Thursday, which is actually tomorrow now, as it's Wednesday. 2 a.m. almost. Yeah, I have to sleep soon because I have to leave at like 12ish tomorrow. And then when I get back about 16 my time, I'll hope that I have energy to finish everything. So why did I have double space? I don't know. Because we edited this last bit finally. Finally. So let's update. Warning, touch CS pen is not defined. We're not using touch right now. We could. I just think that I want something that is easy to use. If you're on the move, not like a little pen on a tiny little display. Ooh, I died. Ah. Kind of thinking almost it's I want to just try to turn on both directions and see if it works. There, both directions. Click to start new game. And we can click to start new game and let it crash. And then we long click and release. And at that moment we see the menu. And we can do the Wi-Fi scan. And you can see setup done here, right? So now I will click Wi-Fi scan, and we will see if we get all the data. Yeah, and they've changed this from an up arrow to a big, which is, I guess. So we have a phone. And here we have the ID of the phone. So let's just copy that. And let's go to the deal. And that's the function doing the deal. Here is where we want. So these are examples for constant values. And we want to use, we can do several of these and have this one be a string. We can do that. So I'm like, where can I copy from? Because that's quicker. Here is the same thing, right? But here's the conversion. Yeah, we could just use this. Oh gosh, my tummy. I should just sleep. Max bytes, yeah. So max string to bytes. Do I have something copied that I haven't pasted? Yeah, my brain is like in two places at once. And here we have the examples, right? So first of all, gosh, this is annoying. Phone, BSSID equals, well, this is also a comment, right? And my screen went black, of course. Let's close Discord and start Firefox. And then we will like have some traffic going so we can see when it's logged out later. Like having a little YouTube video or something on. I have passwords. Can't use my browser. There. YouTube. So, brain, I would like. Is there such a thing here? What is this? Remote. Variables. I want functions. I want functions. No. Oh, we could do that, but not now. I want the functions in this, so I can just click them instead of having to scroll. This is annoying. Annoying. Wait for click. Handle button. Yeah, this is too far up. Wait for click. Wi-Fi scan. This is what I was going for. But I already copied this. No, I didn't because I had other stuff. So copy. Down. And change MAC address for later. Deauth packet. Send deauth packet. That line is already there. So just the two first. So here, I'm not gonna make a variable for this. That's why I'm thinking we'll do this. And phone demo network, right? So we don't want to do anything with any other network. Oh gosh. So I totally missed. This is where I'm supposed to put it. And we don't want this one. I guess we do BSSID here again. And then we go up to the line and copy the declaration of this one. Because if we can copy stuff instead of actually typing stuff. So there. So we have the phone demo networks MAC address, and for the other one, I'm going to see if we can use this functionality that we will scroll down to next. So here is getting that data, and then I was like, yeah, it didn't get that it wasn't in the right format, so we didn't have to edit it. And then it's like, to get our MAC address off the ESP, we can just do this. So we don't need anything but this. Yeah. Right, we could also use this way. And this is probably what we will do later. So let's put this in the comment. But for now, we're not gonna do this on any other networks on our demo one. It would be pretty to select it from lists, but for now, we don't have time. If you also have a station, like for example, owner address, you can get that. Oh, what? Wi-Fi MAC address returns. I didn't read this at all. I just asked my next question, so I didn't see that this was in here. Come on, thing. There was text on top of where I was selecting. That's quite annoying. Yeah, and also it managed not to copy this, so let's do that. Huh? Nothing. It was probably because it popped up that Ask ChatGPT thing. Wi-Fi.MAC address. My tummy is not good now. So when did I? So time was suddenly flying, right? But I don't think it's time to. I can take the other kind of things. Yeah. Stupid tummy. So I had pancreatitis, and it's almost. Oh, that's a little worse. So it's almost good, but I still have pain. So I just read this. Then I asked the exact question you just answered. But actually I got a better answer here, right? I got a function name. And no, Excelhus, that would be your ESP.
On my address interface, can you directly correctly bind the conversion need like this? Yeah. Will then be a 6-byte array. So I'm pasting it there because I'm going to delete this and put that comma there again. And then we move this to there. And if we were to have a text string, we could use this. And let's call it star because both are apparently MAC addresses. And now we're ready. This is like scary. Actually, let's use a code and send some data. Or we just do sending deal. And let's just do that. So TFT dot, and let's just copy something because we don't want to type, or I don't remember the exact details. Like, should we do a printf? I think these serial ones are kind of quite identical, and we could do this, which is getting the MAC address to be in this format, which is a quite cool way of doing it too, right? We can only probably do this with this printf too. Why isn't it moving it? Because this is not good enough. It requires a size up here too and stuff, so it's more complicated. Sorry, I'm just tired. Yeah, let's so printf. That's what I was gonna copy, and also print and print line. And as we don't have any other text, yeah, I should position it too. I think if we use print line, it will go from the top, but we kind of should set the cursor position first. And we should probably set the font too. So let's go back there and deal. And first we actually prepare a little bit. Let's do like 50, 20. And we could center it prettily like the other one, but I don't want to copy that too now. And this should be far because it's just gonna say print line. Sending deal. So I feel lazy. I should fix it, right? Where is it? It's at the bottom. So here we have the pretty half screen fixes. So now I feel very lazy. This is using drawstring with the position. So up. Did I hit the right spot? No. No. Sending the off. Instead, we can do so hard to find the slashes. And
let's not do, let's do minus 10. Because the text has an height. There. No, it's doing center, so we don't need that. We just have one center text. No, we're not doing center because it didn't copy that bit. Yes, I'm tired. 2 seconds. I just need this line to. There. Ha. And then we don't need set cursor because we're not using the cursor. We're using the exact position for the text. I just want to finish this now. Did I forget something because I'm tired?
Samaria1 says, making hardware for the next museum job?
So I actually heard the news now about the robberies. Now it kind of connected a little bit more. So where are you? Are you in France? Because you were talking about France. Or am I just in the right continent? Where it happens to be 2:15 and I should go sleep? Yeah. So it's time to de-off my computer. Or rather my mobile hotspot used by the laptop. So of course we're going to have to fit everything here somehow. First I need to there. Let's start a video. Of course we have to do something that is, let's watch stream, right? First I need to there. And let's start. I muted it, it's just slow. So this one is using my phone's Wi-Fi. Hopefully, yeah, I can see myself moving there. So I can do a little of this and I can see that I will be moving. So the video should update and we can see my arm over here too in the lower window there. It's the delay of YouTube. So we need to see what happens first. When we upload this, at least the screen shouldn't go to sleep now when it's doing something. Let's go to a platform IO and click upload. And it will start with compiling. And if I messed up, we'll notice. I probably messed up something, like forgetting to finish everything here. So, so we have star, which is ESP Wi-Fi get MAC, the ESP's MAC, and we have the BSS ID, which is we printed it on serial from the device. Yeah, and when this it starts with it starts with the game here. So for new people, we have a little. This is a secret device, right? So we can play a little worm game here. There. So if we long press it when we've died, we go to the Wi-Fi scan. Let's do the Wi-Fi scan first. It's scanning. I'm not lifting it up again. it will show the information here. It should be visible. Yeah, so now you can see all the Wi-Fi's, and glasses over here so I can see the tiny text. So the first one is actually phone. The third one is an empty string now. So we have a hidden network there. So we added just in the code for it to find hidden networks too. Then let's click so we get back to the menu, and let's do right direction. Wi-Fi D off. So we have a rotary encoder here, which has been the most of the mess today. And it actually didn't do anything because it didn't add it to the menu. Yeah, I was sure I was going to forget something. So we need to add the Wi-Fi D off function. Copy to the menu. I mean, to the execution of the menu. So here we have 0 and 4. So 1 will be D off. So paste, and let's actually space, and I'm gonna just copy this whole thing. Control C, Control V, and then we gonna Control X that, and we gonna Control V that, and we gonna Control S that. And so today it doesn't work to shortcut key these. I don't know why. So I had to click them. So we're uploading again, recompiling, redoing all the things. And I forgot the character. Oh, there's no semicolon because I just copied the line. So let's try Control Shift. I can't even reach.
Fixerbot says.
New follower Adamantine either. Less than 3.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. So it's still a squiggly here, right? Expected semicolon. Yeah, we don't even need the parentheses, right? We could just skip, as it's just one line for these. Maybe that'll look prettier, but I'm not gonna edit it now when I go to sleep. I just want to see that this video here, if I do this in like 20 seconds, that image should do the same thing. And it crashed the game, so we go to secret menu. We do a little Wi-Fi scan just to check. Oh, there! I did it again. Waving to YouTube. So I was just opening YouTube to put any video on, but this one, why not do my own? And we have actually 7 networks. Let's scan. And the phone is definitely in there, which we couldn't actually select a number of these and do a deal from that, but as we are friendly neighborhood hackers, ethical hackers, we will deal with our own phone network, which this is connected to, right? So this should disconnect when we send the attack. And fingers crossed, this is the first test. So back to the menu, and then we do deal. I can't even set menu options here. Cool, look. I don't know what happened there, but now I can. 1. Oh no. I know what happened. Is this frozen now? No? What did I do? I did copy the if. I did not put else here, and I did not put a 1 here. So, obviously, that odd thing that happened was because it went into this one too. So it's possible that it didn't actually, or that this connected quickly back, because I guess I'll have to do this when I actually click it, so that we can see that I'm moving and it's not frozen. Because yeah, and we should actually try and capture reconnects at the same time. I should open like live something here on the other screen, and then I would have to go grab in my several decimeters away backpack a Wi-Fi card with an antenna. Let's just move and see if it seems to have something happens, you know. Um, so did I click it? No, obviously I didn't do anything like saving and uploading again, right? That would have been awake people things to do. Is it still hopping to monitor, by the way? Or did it stop doing that? So I better think that I have some music, so I will move. So it is uploading. I better not be still so we can't see if it like freezes. Okay, so I'm not gonna do it anything odd now. So let's just do the thing at once instead of scanning or anything first. Maybe we need scanning first. I don't know if its own. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. So we will try the D off, and it's sending D off, and it actually did the same text before. So this, is it still moving? Yeah, I kind of think it is. I should kind of see stuff disconnect if it works, right? Should have the laptop up instead. So I hate Windows 11. It's horrible. I don't want this. I want the normal one. Yeah. I need to have more stuff up to test it, and I need to like capture stuff. And as I will want to do it on this laptop, I want to have, that would be what I would de-auth, really. And I want to run everything from this. And we'll do this tomorrow. And from this laptop, I will also have a Kali VM running with my separate USB Wi-Fi with antenna, with which we can check if we get any reconnects on the network. So we will have a confirmation, because this is just funny. So I can't do more. I have to stop. It's my brain is sleeping. So now I know what we forgot to. We forgot to blank the screen. This we can do before I sleep. I'm gonna hop to the DO, Wi-Fi DO, and here we will put a, before typing the text, here we're going to empty the screen, and I'm gonna scroll to the closest place where I have a fill screen black. And let's put that here too. There. So it won't look like this next time. And of course I'm gonna upload it just to see that I didn't mess up and forgot to put a semicolon or something. Come on. So I'm gonna actually close my preview and let's see. Yeah, I was showing for Hack Me earlier. But let's actually check who's online. Oh, so we have, we will do a repeat, I'm kind of thinking here. So we don't have a lot of people online that are streaming InfoSec stuff. So it'll kind of be a repeat of yesterday's raid, possibly. I'm not completely done, but I want to be prepared. I don't want to spell that. Let's be lazy and copy it instead. So, what are they doing? There. Let's see now. What have we got to do that we haven't finished already? So, scanning for Bluetooth was suggested yesterday. Well, not actually yesterday anymore, but 2 days ago, I guess. It just switches days when you sleep, right? Not when it's actually midnight. 2:30. Yeah, so I should raid and sleep, not raid and actually stay, I guess. But like, I'm gonna do that. I should. Yeah, I really should today. I did Romaki tomorrow. We'll see if I do a little walk. I don't think so, as I have this to prepare. I might do a little test with this actually from the library, because that will be closer to doing it than here. And I have another kind of big table there too, also to put everything up. And I will see if carrying this will totally dislocate all the cables. So actually bringing stuff with the cable. Can this computer power this? Test those things tomorrow at like 13:15ish. Probably a little later. Yeah. Let's just test the deoth. So just the look on the screen, because I'm kind of assuming now that it doesn't work, right? I can see myself, and now we have the text in the middle centered on the screen. Signing deoth. And it won't ever stop this screen, right? But it sent one packet, I assume. And maybe it didn't actually deauth anything, because this one still has this connected, it says. So we need to check if it actually works. It might not, but if it doesn't work, it doesn't really matter for this test, because the purpose of the demo, it would be sad if that doesn't work, because it means that we'll have to find a new way to do it, because I still want to do it, you know. But for Thursday, it doesn't matter, because I will probably not even get there with just 10-15 minutes. So, but I want to get all these things working, so kind of have to would be fun to finish the presentation and then get started with the Bluetooth scan too. And since only Slideberg is streaming cybersecurity stuff, we're gonna radar again. And I kind of thought that I saw someone else before, but I think I was hoping for it. I don't know. I see no one else. Yeah. So we're rating Slideberg. So I'm gonna check in with this person too, because I'm totally sleeping in 2 seconds. So good night, everybody. Thank you very much for being here. And yeah, I'm gonna continue tomorrow. And I'll probably do a
New follower
test from
Jar
the
Sauce
library
Binks.
first.
Less than 3.
Thank you for the follow and welcome back. And if someone else isn't followed, do it before the raid goes. So we're in the menu again now. No, I have a click first, and then we're back in the menu. We can start the snake games, and we can like fail to get the food again.
Jar Sauce Binks says,
Ha!
I'm
I got
sorry
the
I
food.
miss ya.
Ah, okay. And I'm gonna send the link to YouTube too, so you'll get the link.
Where's URL encode?
So I'm sending the link to YouTube. You're getting the link there. So join Slideberg stream. She's doing starting point tier 1 on Hack the Box.
Oh my god, why is this on my playlist? I don't like
And
this
you can
song.
hear her already.
It's too sappy.
There. So good night. See you tomorrow. And let's see if we can find the stop stream button.
Wait, what? That's not right.